I never thought I'd see the day the invincible Duke Carlix Talisto would bow before anyone, let alone beg for his life. He's a man who survived countless battlefields, yet here he is, brought to his knees by a man who has never held a sword. I can feel the trembling in my own hands as the Emperor looms over us, his presence suffocating. In the chaos and the fear, a sudden, cold realization washes over me. The Emperor smiles, a twisted expression, as he reminds me that the child I'm carrying is of Karlik's blood. He says he's changed his mind. He won't let us live, not even for the sake of an unborn heir. The sound of the blade being drawn is the last thing I wanted to hear. He looks at me with such indifference, telling me to just die, as if my life meant nothing more than a stain on his carpet. The world begins to fade, and my last scream is lost in the darkness. 10 years ago, my life felt like it was just beginning, even if it was a beginning I didn't want. I was being sent to the East District, a place known for nothing but its biting cold and isolation. This marriage wasn't a choice, it was a royal decree, a sentence I had to accept with a bowed head. The whispers followed me everywhere. They wondered if the delicate daughter of Riarte could even survive such a wasteland. The East was everything they said it was, desolate, harsh, and so far removed from the warmth of the capital. I looked out at my new home and wondered if I would ever belong here, or if I would simply wither away. On our wedding night, I waited, but the Duke was already gone, called away to fight monsters on the border. The staff didn't hide their disdain. They told me he had no time to waste on a wife he didn't want. It was supposed to be our first night together, a start to a new life, however forced. The rejection stung more than the cold wind outside. Does he truly hate me this much? I sat in that massive, empty room, still in my wedding finery, feeling like a ghost in my own house. The next morning, my mother-in-law didn't waste any time. She demanded my dowry immediately. She claimed it was for the estate, but the way she looked at me told me she just wanted to strip me of everything I had. I tried to speak up, to ask for a small portion to manage my own affairs, but my voice failed me. She looked at me with such sharp contempt, offended that I would even question her authority. I flinched and backed down. I was a duchess in name only, a guest who had overstayed her welcome from day one. The servants gossiped behind my back, mocking the abandoned duchess who couldn't even get her husband to look at her. As the months passed, the neglect took its toll. I stopped caring about my appearance, about the prestige of my title. The poverty of the East wasn't just financial, it was emotional. I was freezing from the inside out. 2 winters had passed by the time Karlax finally returned from the war. The castle was in an uproar. He had achieved the impossible, fulfilling the Emperor's brutal demands. I stood in the crowd, my heart racing. I didn't even know what my own husband looked like anymore. Then I saw him, Karlax Talisato. He looked like a god of war, covered in the dust and blood of victory. He didn't even glance toward me. His eyes were fixed forward, cold and unreachable. That night, I drank to steady my nerves. I knew what was expected of us now that he was back. The door slammed open, and for a moment, I couldn't even breathe. He sat on the edge of the bed, the silence between us heavier than any armor he had worn. I flinched when he moved. Every gesture felt like a threat, even if he wasn't touching me. He reached out, his touch clinical and devoid of any warmth. It wasn't a romantic reunion, it was a duty. I closed my eyes and endured it, feeling more alone in his arms than I ever did in that empty room. Our first night together was nothing like the stories. It was hollow, silent, and deeply painful. Afterward, he sat there, mumbling to himself that things couldn't be turned back. He sounded just as trapped as I felt. I lay there under the covers, listening to his retreating footsteps, realizing my life was never going to change. But then, the sickness started, a constant, heavy nausea that I couldn't ignore. When the doctor confirmed I was pregnant, a spark of hope finally flickered in my chest. A baby, something that was mine, something that might finally give me a reason to stay. I told myself I wasn't alone anymore. I would protect this child with everything I had left. I even dared to hope that maybe, just maybe, this would change things between Carlix and me. Surely he would feel something for his own flesh and blood. He had to. The lamp flickered low the night I told him. The room felt smaller, the shadows longer. I started to speak, my voice trembling with a hope I hadn't felt in years, but he cut me off. "I never wanted a child," he said. The words were a physical blow to my heart. I looked at him, searching for any sign of a joke, any trace of softness. There was nothing. He turned away, leaving me to process the crushing weight of his rejection alone. I don't know why I expected anything else. He had been clear from the start. I was a burden, and now so was our child. Then came my last winter. The castle was under siege, flames licking at the stone walls. The Emperor's men were everywhere, their shouts of "Huzzah!" echoing through the smoke. They were here for the traitors. They were here for us. The Emperor had framed Carlix for treason. After everything he had sacrificed, this was his reward. We were dragged out like common criminals, the dignity of our titles stripped away in an instant. The Emperor sat on his throne, watching our downfall with a bored, cruel amusement. He mocked us for daring to show our faces, as if we had any choice in the matter. His eyes glowed with a sickening light. He was enjoying every second of our suffering. I tried to scream that it was a mistake, that we had no reason to commit treason, but no one listened. Then Carlix spoke. He didn't defend himself. He only said that I knew nothing of his affairs. He fell to his knees, begging the man he once served to let me live. I stared at him in shock. Why was he doing this? Why was he protecting me now? They threw us into the dungeon, the iron bars slamming shut with a finality that chilled my bones. In the dark, I finally found the courage to ask him, why did he protect me after all this time? He didn't answer at first. He just sat there, staring at the stone floor, looking more broken than I'd ever seen him. I realized then that I might have misunderstood him for 10 whole years. Was his coldness just a shield? "It was for the sake of the child," he finally whispered. His voice was thick with a regret he couldn't hide. He wanted his heir to live. He wanted some part of his legacy to survive the Emperor's wrath. I lashed out, fueled by years of resentment. Only now did he care, after saying he never wanted a child? The guards returned before he could answer. It was time. The execution wasn't a threat anymore. It was a reality. They dragged us toward the courtyard, the rough hands of the soldiers bruising my skin. I couldn't die like this, not while carrying a life that had done nothing wrong. I gripped my stomach, a silent promise to my baby that I would try one last time. I had promised to protect them. I had promised to be better than the world we lived in. I fell to my knees before the Emperor, begging for the life of my child, even if he took mine. But there was no mercy in his eyes, only the cold satisfaction of a predator who had finally caught his prey. He raised his sword, a sneer on his face as he told me to just die. The blade descended, a sharp, searing pain, and then a sudden, jarring gasp for air. In those final moments, I regretted everything. I regretted the silence, the fear, and the wasted years. I regretted that I had done nothing to change my fate until it was far too late to matter. As the light faded, I made one last wish. If I was given another chance, Just one more. My eyes snap open. I'm gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I see a deer head on the wall. The air is warm, smelling of expensive perfume and fresh flowers. I'm in front of a mirror. Everything is bright, opulent, and terrifyingly familiar. I reach up, my fingers brushing against the fine lace of a wedding veil. I'm wearing a white dress. It's clean, expensive, and completely untouched by blood. I rush to the mirror, my breath catching in my throat as I see my own reflection. My face is young again. The lines of grief and the scars of the East are gone. It's impossible, but the mirror doesn't lie. I've gone 10 years back in time, to the day of my wedding. I sit there, the weight of the lace veil heavy on my head, my heart drumming against my ribs like a trapped bird. Is this real? Have I truly returned to the night it all began? I catch my reflection in the mirror, my eyes wide with a fear that belongs to a different lifetime. I can still feel the cold of the tower, the phantom pain of my end. A sharp knock at the door jolts me back to the present. Every instinct I have screams at me to hide, but I can't stay hidden forever. The door clatters open, and a voice I recognize far too well cuts through the silence. It's a voice that haunted my previous life. Grace, the head maid. In my past life, she was the primary architect of my misery, the loyal dog of my mother-in-law. She enters with the same cold, dismissive air she always had, treating me like a nuisance rather than the lady of the house. Seeing her face brings back every bitter memory. She was the one who made sure I was isolated, hungry, and broken. She speaks with a forced politeness that barely masks her contempt, delivering orders from the Duchess Belladonna as if I'm a servant. I can't believe I'm meeting her again. This woman tormented me for 10 years, and now I'm back at the very beginning of that nightmare. I remember the suffering. I remember the way they looked down on me, mocking my every attempt to find a place in this family. My heart thumps louder. The trauma isn't just a memory, it's a living thing inside me, clawing to get out. I can still see the faces of those who watched me die, the ones who told me to just give up and disappear. The flash of past trauma is blinding, but beneath the fear, a new spark begins to flicker. I've regretted things enough. I spent a whole lifetime being scared, and where did it lead me? To a cold death in a lonely tower. I won't be that girl anymore. This is a rare chance, a second life, and I won't waste it trembling in front of a maid. I straighten my back, my gaze hardening. When I ask her why the Duke isn't coming tonight, I make sure my voice doesn't shake. Grace flinches, startled by the sudden change in my demeanor. She wasn't expecting me to speak up, let alone with such authority. She tells me he's gone to defeat monsters at the border. It's the same excuse I heard the first time, a minor wave he used to avoid me. It's even more ridiculous the second time around. He's running away from his own wedding night, leaving me to the wolves. I know now that his absence is what allowed the Duchess to seize control of my life. If I let him leave tonight, I'm finished. I have to stop him. I have to change the course of this night before the cycle of abuse begins all over again. The realization hits me with a clarity I never had before. Karlak spent the next 10 years outside the towers, leaving me defenseless. Because of his absence, I never received the recognition I needed to survive. I was just a ghost in his castle. I slide my chair back and stand. I tell Grace that I need to meet the Duke personally. She looks at me as if I've lost my mind. When she tries to interrupt with more excuses about his preparations, I cut her off. I am the lady of this house now. I tell her it's my duty to encourage the knights before they leave on such a dangerous journey. It's a move she can't openly refuse. She swallows hard, her eyes darting around the room. She can't understand how the trembling girl from moments ago has vanished. Reluctantly, she bows her head. She realizes that, for today at least, she has no choice but to lead me to him. I manage a small, cold smile. The game has changed, and Grace is the first one to realize it. The click-clack of my heels on the marble floor sounds like a countdown. Every step is a move toward a future I intend to rewrite. I used to be so sick of this place, of these walls that felt like a prison. But looking at them now, I see opportunity. I remember when this castle went up in flames. It was a tragedy then, but now it's a reminder that nothing is permanent. I keep my eyes forward, refusing to let the familiar surroundings dampen my resolve. I am not the same person who walked these halls before. Grace suddenly halts at the heavy wooden doors leading to the courtyard. The air outside is cold, matching the tension between us. She gestures toward the gate where the knights are gathered. The sound of horses and clanking armor fills the night air. She mutters under her breath about how tactless I am. She thinks I'm making a fool of myself by chasing a man who wants to leave. The door creaks open, and I step out into the moonlight. My heart is pounding, but my hands are steady. I can't believe I'm seeing him again. Carlex. The man who was my husband, my stranger, and eventually my judge. Even if he doesn't like me, I have nothing to be afraid of. I've already faced death. His coldness is nothing in comparison. He's speaking to his men, his voice low and commanding. He hasn't noticed me yet, his focus entirely on his departure. I stand there for a moment, just watching him. The moonlight catches the silver of his uniform, making him look like a hero from a story. He glances over, his blue eyes sharp and unforgiving. The moment our eyes meet, the world seems to go silent. Is he really the same man? He looks so different in this light, before the years of war and bitterness took their toll. He's Carlex Tolstoy, my husband, and right now he looks like a man who is desperately trying to be anywhere but here. He looks way too young. I met him for the first time 2 years after our marriage in my last life, but seeing him now, he's only 24. I have to remind myself that his face is a mask. He might be young, but he's still the man who abandoned me to a life of misery. I close my eyes for a second, pushing back the wave of emotions. I can't let him see how much this is affecting me. Get it together, Amber. Nothing has changed from the past yet. He is still the same cold, distant man he always was. I walk toward him, my dress rustling against the stone. The knights watch in silence as their new Duchess approaches. I stop just a few feet away and offer a shallow bow. I tell him it's nice to meet him, my voice smooth and practiced. I introduce myself as Amber Telesto, his wife. I tell him I heard he was leaving and hurried over to send him off properly. He looks genuinely confused. The idea of me showing up to see him off clearly wasn't in his plans for the evening. Send me off? He repeats, his brow furrowing. He's searching my face for a motive, unable to believe I'm being sincere. He tells me there's no need for that, his voice as cold as the night air. He's already dismissing me, trying to end the conversation. But I don't move. I tell him it seems he was thinking of leaving the castle without even seeing his new wife. He stammers for a moment, caught off guard by my bluntness. It's the first time I've ever seen him lose his composure. The knights behind him are whispering now. They've never seen anyone talk to the Duke this way, let alone a woman they thought was a pushover. He looks flustered over such a small thing. Is it possible he's just as uncomfortable as I am? I tell myself not to be tricked. This is the man who let me rot. I have to stay focused on my goal. He remains silent, his gaze fixed on me. The air is thick with unspoken words and a decade of shared history he knows nothing about. Finally, he tells me to go ahead and say what I have to say. He's impatient, but at least he's listening. I look at him, the man who holds my future in his hands. I don't need his love, but I do need his presence. I take a deep breath and say the words that will change everything. Duke, don't go. His eyes reflect a flicker of something I never saw in my first life, genuine uncertainty. I can't let him walk away just yet, not when my entire future depends on what happens in these next few minutes. We move to a private room, the heavy silence between us a familiar ghost of our past mistakes. I sit across from the man who was once my greatest source of loneliness, determined to be more than just a shadow in his halls. My voice remains steady, even if my heart is racing. I need him to stay. I need him by my side to survive what's coming. I tell him there's no need for him to rush off to the monster wave in the East District. It's a calculated move, one he clearly doesn't expect. He flinches, caught off guard that I even know about the situation at the border. The cold Duke is finally showing a crack in his armor. I explain my research, masking the truth that my knowledge comes from the scars of a life I've already lived and lost. In my past life, being left alone on our first night was a wound that never truly healed. I won't let history repeat itself, so I make my stand. I point out that his personal presence isn't required. He has a squad of knights for a reason, and his place is here. He mumbles to himself, looking almost vulnerable. It's a side of Carlix I never knew existed in all our years together. I hold my breath, waiting for the cold dismissal I've grown so accustomed to over the years. I have to be blunt with him. I know he doesn't like me, and I know this marriage was nothing more than an obligation. We had no ceremony, and he didn't even come to our bedroom. We are strangers bound by a contract. But I deserve more than just a cold title. I deserve common courtesy. If I'm to adapt to life in this castle, I need him to stay and help me establish my place here. He hesitates, the tension in the room growing thick enough to choke on. Every second feels like an eternity. I stare him down, refusing to be the first one to blink or look away this time. I know how authoritarian the relationship between husband and wife is in the East. I've experienced the isolation firsthand. If I don't change the dynamic now, I'll never be able to change a thing in this house. My hands are trembling beneath the table, but I squeeze them tight. I need to persuade him, no matter what it takes. To my utter shock, he relents. He'll send the knights instead of going himself. I can barely contain the spark of hope in my chest. I can't believe it was actually that easy to reach him. He starts to leave, thinking our business is concluded, but I'm not finished yet. The real work starts now. There is one more crucial thing I need from him. I ask him to use formalities with me, to address me as an equal, not someone beneath him. In this conservative district, the way a husband speaks to his wife sets the tone for how the entire household views her. In my past life, his casual disregard was a signal for everyone else to treat me like a lesser being. If he speaks to me with honor, no one else in this castle will dare to look down on me again. He flinches again, the request clearly hitting a nerve he wasn't prepared for. I prepare myself for a refusal. Perhaps I push too far, too fast for a man like him. I try to hide my disappointment. I suppose this was one request he couldn't easily grant. Things here are so different from the West, and I'm realizing just how uphill this battle is going to be. He pauses, his face shadowed, as he carefully considers my words. Then he mumbles it, the words I've waited a lifetime to hear him say. He agrees to it. He's actually going to do it. My heart nearly stops in my chest. I'm stunned. He's going to grant me the respect I never had in our first marriage. Outside, the servants are already whispering, wondering what could possibly be keeping us inside for so long. One maid in particular is eager to report my supposed failure to Belladonna, the woman who truly controls this castle. The doors swing open, and the atmosphere in the courtyard changes instantly as we step out together. Carlax commands the attention of every knight and servant present. His voice rings out, announcing to the entire troop that he will not be going on the trip this time. A shocked murmur ripples through the crowd. This is completely unheard of for the Duke. He delegates the mission to his commander, choosing to stay behind for his wife. Then he turns to me, right in front of everyone. He tells me to go and get some rest, addressing me with the formal respect of a true Duchess. "I'll see you in the morning, my lady." I can see the shock and confusion on the faces of the staff. The power dynamic is shifting right before their eyes. I retreat to my room, the sound of the heavy doors closing behind me echoing the weight of this small victory. I collapse against the door, finally letting the adrenaline and the fear fade away. He really did it. He used formalities. He stayed for me. My mind is spinning with questions. He's definitely Carlex, Talisto, but he's behaving like a man I never knew. How can he be so different this time? I shake my head. I can't let myself get distracted by his kindness. Not yet. I have to focus on securing my spot in this castle, which is still dominated by people loyal to Belladonna. The first light of dawn begins to creep through the windows, marking the start of a new day and a new life. I know the maids will be out soon. They'll be expecting the same weak girl they've always known. Good, let them come. It's time to face my enemies. Today, I start taking back my home, and Belladonna won't know what hit her. In the cold isolation of my past life, the nights felt eternal, a hollow echo of a woman who had already given up. Every stitch I made, every heartbeat I counted, was just a reminder of the silence that filled this castle. But there was one light in that darkness, a face I could never forget, even after death. Genia was more than just a maid. She was the only soul who didn't look at me with pity or scorn. She would bring me what little she had, a small kindness that felt like a lifeline in a house that wanted me broken. I carried the guilt of her suffering for a lifetime, knowing she was punished for my sake. Back then, I blamed myself for the Duke's distance, for every shadow that haunted these halls. She was the one who tried to bridge the gap, making excuses for a man who wouldn't even look at me. Even when my heart was heavy with the weight of his absence and the Emperor's decrees, she was the only one who stayed to catch the tears I couldn't hide from the rest of the world. That's why I have to find her now, before the cycle of pain can start all over again. I won't let her be a victim of my story this time. I will be the one to protect her. Among the sea of busy faces in the courtyard, I search for the one heartbeat that matters. There, I found her. My heart leaps at the sight of her, so young and innocent, just as I remembered. But the air suddenly turns cold, a familiar chill that signals a storm is coming. I won't let her be a victim of my story this time. I will be the one to protect her. Among the sea of busy faces in the courtyard, I search for the one heartbeat that matters. There, I found her. My heart leaps at the sight of her, so young and innocent, just as I remembered. But the air suddenly turns cold, a familiar chill that signals a storm is coming. A voice cuts through the morning air, sharp and filled with a poison I know all too well. Belladonna, the woman who made my first life a living nightmare, has arrived. She stands there like a queen of a ruined kingdom, demanding obedience from everyone in her sight. Her eyes are already scanning the area, looking for a weakness to exploit or a spirit to crush. She assumes I'm just another girl lost in the garden, someone beneath her notice and her name. The audacity of her entrance is matched only by her ignorance of who is standing before her. She claims her word is law in a castle that isn't hers to rule, and she expects everyone to tremble. I'll let her have her moment of arrogance. It will only make her eventual fall more satisfying. She looks at me as if I'm nothing more than a freshly hired maid, waiting for my fear to show. But I am Amber Telesto, and I am the lady of this house now. I'm not that timid girl anymore. The shock that flickers in her eyes is the first payment on a very long debt I intend to collect. I offer her a smile, one that is as sharp as any blade I could carry. Oh, you've made a mistake, mother-in-law, a very big one. She tries to recover her poise, but the ground beneath her feet is already shifting. I remember everything, especially how she took my dowry as if it were her own to spend. Her composure is starting to crack, and she can't stand that I'm the one holding the hammer. She's boiling under that elegant facade, furious that a timid creature would dare to speak up. Bold? No, I'm just finished being a doormat for this family's greed. She thinks I'm just acting tough to try and adapt to a strange place. Let her think what she wants. She has no idea how deep this transformation goes. She talks of the laws of the East as if they justify her theft of my future, claiming she spent my dowry on the estate when we both know it went to her jewelry box. The lie is as transparent as the pearls around her neck, and I won't let it pass. She tells me not to feel bad about the luxuries she stole, as if she's doing me a favor. Most of the things I enjoyed are gone, and she expects me to accept this quietly? To insult me in front of the entire staff? She really hasn't changed a bit. My hands clench, but I won't give her the satisfaction of seeing me lose my temper. I see your intentions clearly, and I understand exactly what kind of game you're playing. If the law says my assets belong to my husband, then your opinion comes after his. The silence that follows is deafening. I've just stripped away her only defense. I'm not the girl who cried in the dark anymore. I'm the one setting the terms. The higher law is quite clear, and it doesn't leave any room for your greed. Every word is a strike against her influence, and she can feel the power slipping away. The sound of her fan snapping shut is the sound of her losing her final grip on control. She laughs to hide her panic, but we both know she's been cornered by her own rules. She tries to turn the staff against me, to humiliate the narrow-minded Westerner. But when her words fail, she resorts to the only thing she knows: violence. She strikes out at Genia, the easiest target in her path, just like she did before. Genia falls, and for a second, I see the past repeating itself right before my eyes. I won't let it happen. I rush to her side, shielding her from the woman who wants her broken. Belladonna's rage is a pathetic display of a dying power, and I won't move an inch. She threatens me with a whip, forgetting that I am no longer her victim. Stop. The word is a command, and the fire in my eyes tells her I mean it. She thinks she can rule through fear, but she's just a ghost of a nightmare I've already survived. I look her in the eye and show her what real strength looks like, and she can't stand it. I will defy her for every soul she's crushed, and I will protect this girl with everything I have. She promises I'll regret this, but her voice is trembling more than mine ever will. Then the world goes still as a long shadow falls across the courtyard stone. The one person who can end this confrontation stands before us, his presence overwhelming. Carlax is home, and he's seeing his family's true colors for the very first time. Belladonna's eyes go wide as she swings around, her fake, practiced smile barely masking the shock of seeing Carlax standing right there. Carlax doesn't waste time with pleasantries. His voice is a low, dangerous rumble as he demands to know exactly what he just walked into. Belladonna stammers, the sweat starting to bead on her forehead as she realizes her casual cruelty had an audience. She tries to play it off as a simple mother-in-law spat, a minor disagreement about a dowry that she clearly feels entitled to. Amber watches them, her hands clenched tight. The familiar sting of being belittled in her own home is still so fresh. She wonders why he had to show up now. In her past life, his presence never brought her peace, only more complications. Amber knows the history. Carlix has never gone against his father, and Belladonna was always the old Duke's favorite. She stares at him, waiting for the inevitable rebuke, waiting for him to tell her to just be quiet and obey. If he would just stay silent, it would be a mercy. Anything he says now will likely only cut her deeper. Carlix repeats the word dowry as if it's a foreign concept, his eyes narrowing on Belladonna. Belladonna tries to justify her theft, claiming the East District needed the funds and Amber simply wouldn't understand the complexity of the situation. The temperature in the garden drops as Carlix speaks. He doesn't care about the district. He cares that she laid hands on his wife's property. A visible shudder runs through Belladonna. She's never seen this side of him, this protective, icy fury. She tries to interject, to explain herself further, but he cuts her off before she can even finish his name. He makes it clear that the conversation is over. He needs to speak with his wife, and he needs to do it now. Belladonna is indignant, her face twisting as she tries to claim this is a private matter between women, a dynamic he shouldn't interfere with. She warns him not to make her a laughingstock, but her desperation is starting to show as he turns his back on her. In a move that shocks everyone present, the Duke extends his hand to Amber, his voice softening just a fraction as he asks her to rise. Belladonna is aghast. The lack of respect, the breaking of the social order she spent years building, is crumbling before her eyes. Amber is frozen. This isn't the man she remembers. This isn't how this scene played out in the world that ended. She searches his face for a sign of a trick, a hidden motive for this sudden display of chivalry. His expression remains curt and indifferent, the same mask he's always worn, which only makes his actions more confusing. As she looks at him, a memory flashes through her mind, a vision of the man he became. In the future she escaped, his face was a roadmap of trauma, covered in the jagged scars of a brutal war. In her past life, those scars were all she saw. Each one seemed to represent another layer of ice he built around his heart. She remembers the sight of his back, marred and broken, a testament to the horrors he endured on the battlefield. He was a beast back then, a man who had seen too much and felt too little, leaving her alone in the cold. But now, he is unmarred, he is whole. And for the first time, Amber realizes the war hasn't taken its toll yet. The realization pulls her back to the present. She remembers her maid, the only one who has truly been on her side. A young man approaches, offering to take the injured girl to get the medical attention she desperately needs. Carlix gives a sharp nod, directing them away. He is efficient, commanding, and still utterly unreadable. Amber watches them leave, feeling a sudden surge of vulnerability as she is left alone with her husband. She hesitates, her instincts screaming at her to run, but there is nowhere to go in this castle that he doesn't own. He turns to her, his gaze heavy. He has things to say, words that feel like they've been trapped behind his teeth for a long time. The silence in the room is suffocating as they face each other, the weight of a lifetime of misunderstandings sitting between them. Carlix reminds her that he is the owner of this castle. If she needs something, if she is being wronged, she should be telling him. Amber sighs, the irony of his request almost too much to bear. Tell him her requests, as if he would ever listen. She tells him plainly that she could never make a request of him. The trust is simply not there, and his flinch shows he knows why. He looks genuinely perplexed, as if he can't fathom why his own wife would treat him like a stranger. Amber reminds herself that this version of Carlix doesn't know about their history. He doesn't know the years of neglect he's already given her. He shifts the subject, stating firmly that he will ensure her entire dowry is returned to her immediately. Amber is stunned. She didn't think he would actually take a side, let alone hers, against his own family's interests. He hesitates, adding that it would be difficult for her to live in the East without her own funds, his voice sounding almost concerned. The disbelief is written all over Amber's face. She can't reconcile this man with the one who let her wither away in silence. A wave of bitterness washes over her. She assumes he thinks she's just like Belladonna, obsessed with luxuries and status symbols. She stands up abruptly, the conversation over as far as she's concerned. She has to get away before she says something she'll regret. Carlix tries to stop her, asking how the maid got hurt, but Amber is already halfway to the door. Her response is short and cold. She won't give him the satisfaction of her vulnerability, not today and maybe not ever. He reaches out as she turns to leave, his hand hanging in the air as she walks away without looking back. The door slams shut, a final, punctuating sound that leaves the Duke alone in the silence of his own grand room. He listens to the sound of her footsteps fading down the hall, each click of her heels sounding like a rejection. Carlix collapses into his chair with a heavy sigh, the weight of his own failure pressing down on his shoulders. He had gone looking for her because she missed breakfast, a small gesture of care that went completely unnoticed. Her words haunt him. She doesn't trust him, and he has no idea how to bridge the canyon that has opened up between them. He stares into the middle distance, his mind drifting back to the beginning, to the moment they became husband and wife. He remembers the dawn of their wedding day, the light breaking over the horizon as they prepared to bind their lives together. Amber had been so radiant, so ethereal in her white gown, a vision that felt almost too good to be true. He remembers the way his heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm he couldn't control. Back then, he felt a spark of hope, a desire to be the man she deserved, despite the coldness he projected to the world. But as he looks at the castle around him, he wonders if that hope was just a dream, and if they are both doomed to stay lost in the dark. So, we're taking a trip down memory lane to a few years ago, and let me tell you, things were looking rough for our Duke. He's at the palace, basically begging for a minute with the Emperor, but the guy won't even give him the time of day. Denied. Khalees is absolutely floored. Like, excuse me? He didn't come all this way just to be snubbed at the front door. He's trying to push past the guards because he's desperate, but they're just like, back off, buddy. This is what the big boss wants. Now beat it. You can see the panic in his eyes. He's literally shouting for His Majesty, trying to explain that the East is basically a monster buffet right now, and they need help, like yesterday. He's literally pouring his heart out, but it's like talking to a brick wall. The desperation is just heartbreak. And just like that, he's forced to walk away. The silence in that hallway, you can practically feel the weight of defeat on his shoulders with every step. He's so frustrated, he literally slams his fist against the wall. I mean, can you blame him? He's trying to save his people and he's getting zero support. He's cursing under his breath, feeling totally powerless. This is the heavy crown he's been carrying long before Amber even entered the picture. Now, get this. Back in the day, the East District was a total paradise. We're talking vineyards for days, super lush and just beautiful. But then, the monster waves hit, famine followed, and nobody even knows why. It went from vacation goals to a total desolate wasteland real quick. And the worst part? The Emperor did not care at all. He treated the East like a pawn he was ready to sacrifice in a game of chess. The real tea is that the Emperor is actually terrified. He's scared of the military power the House of Talisto holds. It's totally a keep your enemies closer situation, except he's just being a jerk instead. But Khalees is just a kid here, thinking, hey, we don't even want the throne. We're just trying to survive. His father looks so weary, doesn't he? He knows the truth. Power makes people paranoid, and they're the ones paying the price for it. The Emperor is playing a dangerous game, moving pieces around without a single thought for the lives he's ruining. Even as a young boy, Callus could see it. They were being treated like a threat just because they were strong enough to protect themselves. So they had to swallow their pride and bow down to the imperial family just to get the tiniest bit of help. It's honestly so degrading. Callus is just standing there, wondering how much longer they have to live like this. He's already so tired of the politics and the suffering. Looking out at the cracked, dry earth, it's like he's looking at his own future, just empty and hopeless. He's convinced they're just waiting for complete defeat. Talk about a dark headspace to be in. But then a breeze blows through, carrying the scent of flowers, and everything changes. Spring has arrived, and for a second, the gloom lifts. He hears laughter nearby and turns to see what's going on. And there she is, Lady Amber, right in the middle of a garden, looking like a literal dream. Everyone is fawning over her because she's just that stunning. Callus is just frozen. He can't even look away. It's like he's seeing color for the first time in his life. She's so bright and happy, surrounded by flowers that match her hair. She's the complete opposite of the dusty, gray world he's used to. His heart starts doing that thump-thump thing. He's totally smitten, and he doesn't even know her name yet. I mean, look at her. She's glowing. It's like a scene straight out of a romance novel, and Callus is the main lead who just got hit by lightning. He's watching her from the balcony, totally mesmerized. He's never seen anything so pretty in his entire life. Then he hears the gossip. Is that Amber Riarte, the rich merchant's daughter? The commoners are all buzzing about her family's insane wealth. Callus listens to them talk, and you can see the realization hitting him. She's not just beautiful, she's powerful in a way he isn't. He turns away, thinking she's from a completely different world, like she's the sun and he's just a shadow in the east. Flash forward to winter, and things have taken a major turn. The castle is covered in snow, and the mood is just as cold. Callus is looking at a document, and he can't believe his eyes. His marriage partner is Amber Riarde, the girl from the garden? He's totally shook. He never thought their paths would actually cross like this. He's stressing out, wondering what the Emperor is thinking. Is this a gift or some kind of weird trap? But more importantly, he's worried he can't provide for her. He's looking at his empty coffers, thinking he can't even afford the lace on her dress. The struggle is real. And then the day comes. The carriage pulls up, and the clunk of the wheels sounds like a countdown to his doom. Amber steps out, and she looks so nervous. She's clutching her chest, looking around at this cold, strange place. My poor girl is terrified. Callus is just standing there, gulping. He wants to say something, but he's so intimidated by her elegance and his own lack of resources. She glances at him, then quickly turns away. The awkwardness, it is off the charts. They're both just two strangers forced into a marriage they don't understand. He decides right then that he has to go to battle. He thinks if he can just get some monster cores to sell, he can actually support her and keep her in the lifestyle she's used to. He's literally clenching his fist, feeling so guilty that she has to live off her own dowry. His pride is taking a major hit here. He's walking away again, staring into the dark, wondering if he'll ever truly be able to take care of her. He feels like a failure before they've even started. Back in the present, he's still beating himself up. He thinks Amber hates him, and honestly, he hates himself for how he's handled everything. Major facepalm moment, Duke. Meanwhile, Amber is being a total saint. She's checking on Jenya, the maid who got hurt, and the doctor says she'll be fine after some rest. Phew! Amber is so relieved she lets out a huge sigh. You can see how much she actually cares about the people working for her. She's even helping out with the chores, wringing out towels like a pro. She's not just a pretty face, she's getting her hands dirty. She asks Jenya to look up, and the poor girl is so startled. She's not used to a noble being this attentive. Jenya is literally shaking, asking why Amber is being so nice to a lowly person. It's so sad that she thinks so little of herself, but Amber just gives her the sweetest smile and says, "You protected me. How could I not be thankful?" Ah, my heart. She's insisting on showing her gratitude, but Jenya is still totally flustered and mumbling. It's honestly the cutest interaction. Jenya and the other maids are bowing like crazy, calling her Little Mistress. They are officially obsessed with her kindness. But Amber is feeling a bit down. She's thinking about how she's only the Little Mistress and doesn't have the full influence yet because of Belladonna. It's disheartening, but she's not giving up. She's just quietly fiddling with her cloth, thinking about her place in this castle. She wants to do more, but it's an uphill battle. Jenya speaks up again, looking all nervous. She's about to drop some truth on Amber, and you can tell she's overstepping her boundaries, but she just has to say it. She tells Amber that she actually likes that she's from the West. Amber is like, wait, what? Really? She's totally confused. Why would being from the West, the place everyone in the East seems to resent, be a good thing? Jenya explains that it's not just her. All the laundry maids were hoping the Duke's wife would be from a foreign land. They were all rooting for her. Amber is leaning in, totally intrigued now. She's like, okay, spill the tea. Why were you all hoping for someone like me? Jenya's heart is racing. You can practically hear the thump-thump from here. She's about to say something big. She looks at Amber with so much hope in her eyes and says, they thought if someone came from the West, they might actually be able to change the Duke's castle. Amber is stunned. She didn't realize she was the beacon of hope everyone was waiting for. This is the moment she realizes she has a real purpose here, real mission. Duchess Belladonna is basically the queen of this castle, and let's be real, absolutely nothing happens in the East without her knowing about it. She's got her eyes everywhere. Poor Jenya is visibly shaking. Just the mention of the Duchess is enough to make anyone in this place want to curl up and hide. Our girl is starting to realize that the Duchess isn't exactly winning any popularity contests. She's not someone people follow out of loyalty. It's all fear. But the real question is, why is Jenya choosing this exact moment to spill all this to her? There's definitely something more going on. Then, out of nowhere, Jenya literally drops to the floor. She's begging to be taken under her wing. Talk about a dramatic plea for help. She actually believes that our girl is the only one who can change the destiny of this entire castle. No pressure, right? It hits her hard. She can feel her heart thumping because this is the first time someone has truly looked at her with hope. She knows it's because she's acting completely different than she did in her past life. She's finally standing her ground. In her past life, she was just a shadow of herself, crying alone while everything around her crumbled. But that version of her is officially dead and buried. She reaches out and tells Jenya to stand up. This isn't just a mistress and a maid anymore. This is the start of a real alliance. Jenya is practically in tears. You can tell she's been waiting so long for someone to finally give her a chance. That smile says it all. She's determined to protect the people who believe in her this time around. She helps Jenya up, promising herself that she will definitely succeed. Failure is not an option in this life. The sun is out and the sky is clear, but we all know that in this castle, the weather is the only thing that's predictable. First things first, she needs to fuel up. You can't plot a revolution or handle a moody duke on an empty stomach. But of course, as soon as she steps into the dining room, she hears those heavy footsteps. She knows exactly who it is. It's Carlix! And honestly, he looks just as caught off guard as she does. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a butter knife. She's totally confused. Since when does he eat his meals here? This is definitely a change from the usual routine. She can't help but wonder why they keep crossing paths so often lately. It's like the universe is forcing them into the same room. Then the food starts arriving and oh my god, it looks incredible. The rattle of the plates is like music to her ears. But then she notices more servants coming in and more. Wait, how much food did they actually prepare? She's staring at this absolute feast like, is there a secret party I wasn't invited to? This is way too much for just 2 people. The chef is all smiles, saying he prepared a perfect luncheon. But Carlix looks like he wants to disappear. He specifically asked to eat alone. The chef is sweating bullets now, explaining that since the Duke asked for special care, he naturally assumed they were dining together. Carlix is giving him the ultimate death glare. The staff is literally scampering away to avoid the fallout. When the Duke is annoyed, you do not want to be in the splash zone. So now she's sitting there looking at this massive spread, wondering if this whole feast was actually meant just for her. Carlix is trying so hard to act like everything is normal, but the awkward silence is deafening. This is definitely more than just married couple duty. She takes a bite, and her eyes practically light up. It's delicious. Maybe this awkward lunch isn't so bad after all. She's just happily munching away, totally lost in the flavors, while Carlix watches her with that unreadable expression of his. Is he actually softening up? He looks almost peaceful watching her eat. It's a total 180 from his usual cold self. Plate cleared. She did not leave a single crumb. When she says she's hungry, she really means it. She is beyond satisfied. Even in her past life, she never experienced this kind of luxury in the East. She's feeling pretty spoiled right now. She steals a quick glance at him. He definitely went through all this trouble on purpose, didn't he? He's trying in his own weird way. He's just sitting there with his wine, looking all brooding and handsome. It's like he's waiting for her to say something. She finally decides to break the ice. She can't just sit there in silence after he provided such an insane meal. She acknowledges the extra care he put into this. It's a small step, but it feels like a huge breakthrough for them. And all he says is a simple, "Thank you." Seriously? That's all we get after all that drama with the chef? She's just staring at him like, are you for real right now? The man is a total mystery. The silence is back, and it's getting embarrassing. She's overthinking every second of this. Her heart starts doing that annoying thumping thing again. Why is he making her feel so flustered just by sitting there? Wait, is he blushing? Oh my God, the cold Duke is actually turning red. This is the highlight of my day. He starts chugging his wine like he's trying to drown his embarrassment. He is definitely not as cool as he tries to act. Now he's coughing and sputtering. She's genuinely worried he's going to choke. Someone get this man some water. She's watching him with a mix of concern and complete confusion. Is this really the same guy from her memory? He finally catches his breath and tries to regain some dignity. He's clearly trying to change the subject to something professional. He mentions that the squad is heading out tomorrow to deal with some monsters. Back to reality, I guess. She knows this is common in the East, and usually their knights can handle it. But something about this feels different this time. The real danger isn't just monsters, it's the looming war with the Kale Kingdom. That's the real storm on the horizon. In her past, that war was the beginning of the end. It was the moment the House of Callisto started its tragic fall from grace. They were forced into it by an imperial decree they couldn't ignore. It was a trap they didn't see coming until it was too late. If they want to survive the aftermath this time, they have to become stronger. They can't just wait for the disaster to happen. She offers to help, but he immediately shuts her down. He tells her not to concern herself with the matters of the East. She's like, "Excuse me?" She's not just some decoration in this castle, and she's not about to let him push her aside. He just wants her to stay safely tucked away inside the castle walls. He has no idea who he's actually dealing with. She stands up with total authority. She's about to challenge everything he thinks he knows about her. She looks him right in the eye and asks if he'll still say that once she proves she can save the entire East District. Mic drop. She is officially done being a damsel in distress. I literally just dropped the biggest bombshell ever. I looked him straight in the eyes and said, I can solve the food shortage in the East. Mic drop. And Carlex is just sitting there like, wait, what did you just say? He's totally caught off guard by my sudden confidence. He tries to get all serious, turning away and telling me the East's problems are way deeper than just a normal famine. Like, I don't already know? Oh, honey, believe me, I know. I have the memories of a whole other life to prove it. The land is basically a wasteland. No rain for 50 years and everything's just falling into ruins. It's heartbreaking, really. He's literally stressing out because nobody has been able to figure out why this is happening. The cause is a complete mystery to everyone but me. I know I sound like I've totally lost it, but I need him to listen. Just give me a chance to explain. In my past life, they didn't even start looking for a real solution until 8 years from now. That's 8 more years of suffering. But with what I know now, I can fast forward this whole process and save everyone before things become unsalvageable. Everything depends on meeting one specific person. As long as I can find her, we have a fighting chance. And of course, he interrupts me. He's all like, I'll take care of the East. Seriously, let me finish. He basically tells me there's no need for me to step up. Sir, do you realize how much I'm trying to help you right now? Ugh, I am fuming. You can literally see the anger clenching inside me. I am not having this condescending attitude. I had to ask him, does he think I'm just here for decoration? Like I'm just some pretty statue to look at? I'm not a doll. I'm a human being. I stood my ground and told him exactly how I felt. I told him straight to his face, I am not some trophy to be tucked away in a display case while he does all the work. That actually got a reaction. He slams the table and insists he'd never think of me that way. He sounds genuinely shocked. He's clenching his fist so hard. The tension in this room is actually insane right now. I think I finally got through to him. He finally admits he just wanted me to live a comfortable life, away from the misery of the East. He was actually trying to protect me this whole time. Wait, what? I was totally not expecting him to say that. My brain is literally buffering. He cared? It's a lot to take in. All those years I thought he was cold, he was actually just trying to spare me the pain. He lets out this huge sigh, looking like he's finally letting his guard down just a tiny bit. Look at him gulping. My cold husband is actually feeling things. He's visibly nervous now. I had to remind him, I'm here as the Duchess of Telesto. I'm his wife, and I want to do my part. He looks away, and honestly, the vibe has shifted so much. The ice is starting to melt, and it's getting floral. So I ask him again, a bit softer this time. I'm asking him for a favor, wife to husband. I need him to send an official invitation to the house of Freya. I have to meet the Count's daughter. And then he turns away, but is he blushing? Carlix is actually turning red. I am screaming. He brings up how I once said I'd never ask him for anything. Oh, he's definitely taking this request to heart. I'm just standing there like, is he upset? Why is he reacting like this? This is not the Carlix I remember from before. I literally have zero memory of saying I'd never trust him. Like, girl, did I really say that? My past life trauma is real. The silence is so loud. We're just staring at each other across this giant empty table. He finally facepalms and tells me to just forget he said anything. Talk about a major mood swing. He agrees. He says he'll be more than happy to write the invitation. That's a huge win for me. But he's still curious. He wants to know what business I could possibly have with Count Freya's daughter. I can't help but grin. I'm finally getting exactly what I need to start my plan. I told him she's the most important clue to solving the famine. I have to keep some secrets for now, though. Wait, his heart is going thump thump? Is he falling for me right now? This was not in the script. Look at that blush. He is absolutely smitten, and he doesn't even know how to handle these feelings. I decide to keep things professional and tell him I'll just send future requests through a servant to save him trouble. I figured it would be more comfortable for both of us since he's always so busy. I was trying to be helpful. Wrong. He clenches his jaw and looks totally dejected. Girl, I think I just accidentally broke his heart. I just give him a polite little smile, totally oblivious to the fact that he actually wanted more direct contact. He just gives me this short, grumpy, let's do so, and the move goes totally dark again. Men are such a mystery. I am literally so confused. Why did the vibe just die? I was just trying to be respectful of his time. I head back to my room and slam the door. I need to get my head back in the game and focus on the mission. I flop into my chair with a huge sigh. Since when did Carlix make faces like that? He was a stone-cold wall in my past life. Seriously, look at that face. That is a man who is clearly going through it. I never saw this side of him before. Back then, we didn't even look at each other properly. I always felt like everything was my fault and lived in fear. But whatever, let's not dwell on that. At least he's listening to me now. That's one major hurdle clear. Now it's time for the next item on my Save the Duchy checklist, my dowry. I need to see what assets I have. I start unrolling the scrolls. I need to be smart about how I use my wealth if I'm going to make a difference here. Jewels are nice, but they don't grow food. I need to figure out how to put these to better use for the East. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. I put my thoughts aside for a second and tell them to come in. Enter Heinley Jasper, the head butler. This man is the definition of old-school loyalty and class. This man has served 3 generations. He's so dedicated, he didn't even leave when the family was accused of treason. He's a real one. In my past life, he always seemed to be observing me, comparing me to that snake, Belladonna. He never really took a side, though. But things are going to be so different this time around. I'm going to earn his respect and make him an ally. I give him a confident, warm smile. It's time to show this household that there's a new Duchess in town and she means business. So, Amber calls in Heinrich because it's time to get down to business and she is not playing around. She drops the absolute bombshell that she wants her entire dowry, every single jewel, to be used for the territory. Heinrich is literally gasping for air. The entirety of the dowry? Does she even realize how much wealth that is? But Amber is as cool as a cucumber. She's ready to have a serious discussion about where this money is going. Heinrich is hesitating, and you can see the internal struggle on his face. He's probably wondering if this is some kind of trick. Amber knows exactly what he's thinking. She's the new girl here, and trust isn't something you just get on day one. Plus, she's fully aware of the massive cultural divide between the East and the West. She calls it out directly. He doesn't trust her because of where she's from, and she's not going to pretend otherwise. See, the empire is basically split. The West is all about that new money and open-minded vibe. The nobles there made their fortunes in business, they're loud, they're fun, and they don't care about old-school rules. But the East? They are conservative with a capital C. They look at the Westerners like they're total barbarians. In her past life, Amber was absolutely shredded by these stereotypes. People whispered that she was just some extravagant girl with no substance, but she's proving them all wrong. This isn't about being a hero or loving the East. She saw the reality on her way to the castle, ruined lands, and people literally starving to death. She tells him straight up, she values lives more than her own lavish lifestyle, period. Heinrich is starting to see that she's the real deal, but he has to give her the cold, hard number. If they sell everything, we're talking 5 million stars. That is a staggering amount of money. Heinrich is actually gulping. 5 million stars just to save the serfs? He's never seen anything like this. Amber just gives him this knowing, gentle smile. She's got him right where she wants him. She extends her hand, basically asking him, "Are you with me or not?" And just like that, Heinrich is sold. He bows down, ready to take orders from his new Duchess. They dive right into the logistics. Amber isn't just throwing money at the problem. She has a plan. She's got a list, she's checking it twice, and she looks like an absolute boss while doing it. Hours pass as they iron out the details of how to save the duchy from the brink of collapse. The paperwork is piling up, but Amber's focus is razor sharp. She points out the areas that need the most help. She's settling things that have been ignored for years. But wait, there's more. She's not finished yet. She's ordering food, clothes, blankets, and even animal fat to keep everyone warm. She's thought of everything. She notices Heinrich staring at her and gets a little self-conscious. Is something wrong? He's just floored. He tells her she's incredibly skilled, and honestly, he's probably a little intimidated. Amber just shrugs it off. This is her home now, so obviously she did her homework before arriving. Heinrich realizes he was totally wrong to worry about her being too young or inexperienced. While he's admiring her, Amber is already moving on to the next crisis. There's no rest for the driven. Heinrich can't help but smile. All his doubts completely gone. The sun starts to set, and the castle is bathed in this beautiful orange light, but the mood is getting heavy. Everything is being handled, but there's one major issue that's still eating at her. Count Nasto. He's a total snake who's been overcharging them and making shady deals. Heinrich shakes his head. In this area, Nasto is the only game in town for weapons. They're stuck. Amber goes quiet. She knows that if they try to go elsewhere, Nasto will just interfere and make things worse. But she knows the future. She knows wars are coming, and they can't go into battle with worn-out gear. If they don't get new weapons, the kingdom is doomed. She's searching her memories for a solution. She remembers the drama from her past life, the way her father always prioritized her sister, Natasha. The pain of being the second choice still stings, even now. She remembers the arguments and the heartbreak of never feeling like she was enough. She had to run away from that life, and she's not going back to being that weak girl. She sighs, realizing she has to find a deal that bypasses Nasto's influence entirely. It's going to be a long shot, but it's unavoidable. She picks up her pen and starts to write. The sound of her pen scratching against the paper fills the room late into the night. She's determined to save this place. Finally, the moon is high over the castle and the day's work is done. Amber is absolutely exhausted. She's walking to her room, just dreaming of her bed. She's reflecting on how crazy it is to be back in time, but the reality of the work ahead is really hitting her. Suddenly, a cold breeze hits her. Why on earth is her window open? She looks over at the balcony, and there's a shadow sitting there in the moonlight. Her heart skips a beat. She wasn't expecting anyone to be in her room at this hour. The curtains flutter, revealing the man sitting on the ledge, looking like a total brooding main character. It's the Duke. Khalees is just hanging out on her balcony in his shirt? Amber is stunned. What is he doing here? The door clicks shut and the tension in this room is already off the charts. You can just feel the drama brewing in the air tonight. Amber literally flinches as Calix walks toward her. I mean, can you blame her? The man is walking around looking like a whole snack, but with the coldest vibes ever. He doesn't even say hello, he just grabs the candle right out of her hand. Okay, rude, but also, why is he being so assertive all of a sudden? He sets it down and they just stand there in the dim light. It is so awkward, I can barely breathe. Someone say something, please. Then he drops the bomb. He asks her if she was waiting for him. Wait, is he actually interested in her schedule now? He just stares at her with those piercing blue eyes, waiting for an answer. The silence is loud, girl, extremely loud. Amber is panicking internally. She's literally thinking, why isn't he responding? Why is he just staring at me like that? He finally turns to face her fully, and you just know whatever comes out of his mouth next is going to be a game changer. And then he says it. Yes, he was waiting for her. He even calls her wife. My jaw is on the floor. Who is this man, and what did he do with the old Calix? Amber is absolutely stunned. She can't even find her words. Her heart is probably doing gymnastics right now. He tells her there's no need to wait up in the future and to just sleep first. Is he being considerate? I'm suspicious. Amber just flops onto the bed, totally overwhelmed. She's thinking, wait, didn't he originally want them to live completely separate lives? She steals a glance at him from the pillows. She's trying to figure out his angle because this change of heart is way too sudden. But then she catches a good look at him and her heart starts going ba-dump. Girl, same. He is way too handsome for his own good. Look at that sparkle in his eye. He's looking like a literal prince from a fairy tale. How is she supposed to stay mad at that? He is standing there looking like a total dream. If I were her, I'd be forgetting all about the past life drama for a second, too. Her heart is just thumping away. She's blushing so hard. The chemistry is finally starting to sizzle, and I am here for it. She gasps and has to turn away before she loses her cool completely. She is definitely feeling some type of way right now. She's literally telling herself to pull it together. She has to remind herself that this is Calyx, the same guy who was so cold before. She finally asks him if he's going to sleep. She's trying to keep things casual, but you can hear the nerves in her voice. And wait, is he blushing? He starts stuttering out a response. The big bad Duke is actually flustered. Amber remembers him saying he didn't want to share a bed. She's thinking, okay, I get it. The rejection is still on the table. She stands up and grabs her pillow, ready to head to the sofa. She's like, fine, if you don't want me here, I'm out. But he looks so confused. He calls out to her like he wasn't expecting her to actually leave. Talk about mixed signal. She drops her stuff on the small sofa with a thud. She is officially moving out of the big bed for the night. She curls up and just says, good night. She is shutting it down. If he wants distance, she's giving it to him. Amber lies there thinking about how this isn't their first night together, but in this life, everything feels so brand new. Then a thought hits her. She stops mid-thought and her eyes go wide. She just realized something huge. She realizes that for this version of Calyx, this is actually his first time in a situation like this. He's a total beginner. Look at him. He is blushing so hard he might actually combust. He is way more innocent than she realized. Amber decides to take charge. She asks him to sit down for a moment so they can actually talk like adults. He sits down, but he is so stiff he looks like a statue. The man is absolutely terrified of her right now. He lets out a huge sigh and stays totally tense. He is clearly not used to being this close to a woman, especially his wife. She tells him to just relax. She says they don't have to do anything difficult. She's trying to put him at ease, but he looks even more confused. She explains that if they just act the part tomorrow morning, everyone else will get the right idea. It's all about the optics, honey. She's basically telling him it's just a formality. She really just friend-zoned her own husband in the middle of their bedroom. Calyx's hand slides against the seat. He is definitely not liking where this conversation is going. You can see the frustration. Then he hits her with a question of his own. How does she know he doesn't want to sleep with her? Oh, he's challenging her now. Amber hesitates. She can't exactly tell him she knows because of her past life. She's backed into a corner here. She remembers how he literally went to war just to get away from her before. Those memories still sting. She tells him that, judging by the situation, it's obvious. And then she adds that she doesn't like it either. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. Calyx looks completely crushed. He literally says, I don't like it either. Wait, does he mean he does want to be with her? Amber stays firm, though. She's not letting him wiggle his way out of this without some serious explanation. He clenches his hand and asks the most heartbreaking question ever. Wife, do you not like me? My heart just broke for him. Amber just stares at him. This is the moment of truth. Is she going to be honest or keep her guard up? She gives a tiny nod and says, that's why. She is sticking to her guns. She is not making this easy for him. They just sit there in the silence. The gap between them on those chairs feels like a whole ocean right now. She stands up and ends the talk. She's like, okay, since we're done, I'm taking the bed because I'm tired. Queen energy. She climbs into the big bed and gets settled. She is done with the drama for one night and just wants some sleep. She pulls the covers all the way up, creating a literal wall between her and the rest of the room. As she lies there, she reminds herself of her mission. She's determined to protect the East and everyone living there this time around. She thinks about the future and the people she's responsible for. She's got a lot on her plate, and she can't let Calyx distract her. But most of all, she thinks about her child. She wants to see that child again more than anything in the world. She knows that in order to do that, she has to have a relationship with Calix, but it's just so complicated. She closes her eyes, trying to think everything through. She needs a solid plan if she's going to survive this marriage again. Finally, she starts to drift off. She's thinking that at the end of the day, a comfortable bed really is the best thing ever. Suddenly, there are footsteps. Someone is moving around in the dark. Is he actually coming over? Calix quietly climbs into the bed beside her. He's being so careful not to wake her up. Look at him. He's actually staying. Amber is fast asleep, totally unaware that her husband is inches away from her. She is out like a light. He just watches her sleep with the saddest, most longing look in his eyes. He is completely whipped, and he knows it. He lets out a heavy sigh and wonders if she only finds peace once she's away from him. This man is going through it, y'all. The sun rises over the Thelesto estate, but the warmth of the morning doesn't reach the heavy weight in my chest. Today is the day they leave for war. I wake up to a room that feels far too large and far too empty. In my past life, this coldness was all I knew, but this time, it's different. A yawn escapes me as I struggle to shake off the lingering exhaustion of a restless night. My mind is already miles away, on the battlefield where so many will fall. The sheets beside me are cold. Calix is already gone. Did he leave without even a word of goodbye? The thought sends a sharp, familiar sting through my heart. I force myself out of bed, stretching the tension from my limbs. I can't afford to be weak or sentimental. Not today. I need to find him. I need to see the men who are about to march toward their graves. I find him standing by the window, his back to me. He looks like a statue, carved from duty and stone. "Duke?" I call out softly, my voice barely a whisper in the vast, silent room. He turns, and for a fleeting second, the harsh lines of his face soften. He looks surprised to see me. His eyes, usually as cold as the northern sea, seem to search mine for an answer to a question he hasn't asked yet. He notes that I'm up early. I tell him the truth. I wanted to see the nights off. I wanted to be there before the world falls apart again. He simply nods, his expression returning to that unreadable mask of stoicism. It's like trying to talk to a fortress. He tells me he'll be waiting at the training grounds. His steps are purposeful, echoing with the weight of the command he carries. I watch the door close behind him, the silence rushing back in to fill the space he left. He looks flawless, even at this hour, as if the burden of war is nothing more than a well-fitted cloak. Was he dressed like that all night? He doesn't look like a man who slept. He looks like a man prepared for an end. Outside, the sky is a mocking, perfect blue. It's a beautiful day for a tragedy. At the training grounds, the air is thick with the scent of horses and oiled leather. Calix is already deep in discussion with his officers. I approach them, my presence causing a ripple of hushed whispers among the ranks. They aren't used to a Duchess who cares about the soldiers. I ask if they are leaving soon, trying to keep my voice steady. I want them to see a leader, not a grieving widow in waiting. Calix looks at me, and I see a flicker of something. Is it guilt? Or perhaps just the realization that I am no longer the passive girl he once ignored. A young knight interrupts, his face bright with a smile that feels far too innocent for the journey ahead. He thanks me for my help with Genya. It was a small gesture, but to these men, any kindness from the highborn is a rare treasure. He introduces himself as Dennis Bertrand. I thank him, but my heart aches knowing how many names like his I'll eventually have to cross off a list. Calix's eyes narrow as he watches our exchange. The possessive tension radiating from him is almost palpable. He places a hand on Dennis's shoulder, a gesture that looks like camaraderie but feels like a warning. He calls the knight's name, pulling his attention back to the duty at hand. Dennis laughs it off, suddenly remembering urgent business. The mood shifts back to the grim reality of the departure. Everything is ready. The word travels through the yard like a cold wind. Calix gestures for me to follow. "This way," he says, leading me toward the front of the formation. I walk beside him, the rhythmic tap of our boots on the stone, the only sound in the sudden, expectant silence of the nights. I look out at them, and for a moment, the world blurs. I don't see soldiers, I see ghosts. The Telesto Knights, the pride of the East, and the primary victims of the Kale War. In my previous life, most of these men died protecting Calix. They never saw their families again. They were buried in nameless graves under a gray sky. I clench my hands into fists. Their lives are in my hands now. I won't let history repeat itself. I won't let them be discarded like broken toys. "Calix," I say, my voice gaining a strength I didn't know I possessed. I ask for his permission to speak to the knights. He looks startled, but he doesn't refuse me. I step forward, my heels clicking against the cobbles. Every eye is on me, some skeptical, some curious, others merely tired. In the shadows, the former Duchess watches with a sneer, expecting me to embarrass myself with empty platitudes. She thinks I'm just playing a role. She thinks I'm a child playing at being a ruler. I ignore her venomous gaze. I am Amber Thalstow, and I have a message for the men who are about to bleed for this land. I tell them I know they are busy and that I won't waste their time with long speeches. I can see them glancing at one another, surprised by my directness. There is a stir in the ranks. They expected a lecture on glory. They are getting something else entirely. The commanders look on, their faces etched with the cynicism of long service. They wonder what this precious miss from the West could possibly have to say to them. I take a deep breath, the cold morning air filling my lungs. This is for them, and for the future I'm trying to build. I tell them honestly that I won't say thank you. Not yet. How could I when I've barely been here? I haven't earned the right to thank them for their lives. Gratitude without action is just an insult to their sacrifice. Instead, I offer them a promise, a contract between a duchess and her defenders. I promise them that while they are gone, I will do my absolute best to take care of the East. I will protect their homes as they protect our borders. I tell them to let go of their worries. Their wives, their children, their lands, they will be safe under my watch. "Come back after completing your duty," I say, a smile finally touching my lips. Just come back. The silence that follows is deafening. Even the most hardened commanders look stunned by the weight of my words. Calix stands behind me, his gaze fixed on my back. I can feel his eyes, heavy with a new kind of intensity. He exhales slowly, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. For the first time, he isn't just looking at his duchess, he's looking at me. Then, a single pair of hands begins to clap. It's the commander, his scarred face breaking into a look of genuine respect. The sound spreads like wildfire. Soon, the entire yard is roaring with applause. I've reached them. I've given them a reason to fight for more than just a crown. But not everyone is celebrating. The sound of a door slamming shut echoes my triumph with a threat of its own. The former Duchess is trembling with rage, her hands gripping her fan so hard I expect it to snap. She can't stand to see me succeed. She mutters about teaching me a lesson, her eyes burning with a promise of violence. She thinks a whip will put me in my place, but she has no idea how far I've already moved beyond her reach. The horses whinny as the final preparations are made. The moment of departure is finally here. I seek out Sir Zate, the commander of the knights. I have one last thing to ensure before they ride out. He looks down at me, his expression wary but no longer dismissive. He asks what business I have with him. I speak to him privately, making sure the logistics of my promise are understood. I won't let my words be empty. Behind us, Calix watches every movement, his brooding silence filled with a growing conflict. He doesn't say anything, but his eyes tell the story. He's starting to realize that the woman he married isn't a burden to be carried, but the only one who can help him carry the world. I have to move carefully. Every alliance I build now is a shield against the tragedy I've already lived through once. Sir Jayat is a man of honor, but even he looks at me with a mixture of confusion and newfound respect. He wonders why I'm looking for something so specific, something that seems far beyond the concerns of a duchess. I can't reveal the full truth yet, but having the Duke's official backing makes my request impossible to ignore. I ask him if it's too much to ask, playing the part of the concerned wife while my mind is miles ahead. My promise is simple. I will protect the East. I will fix the mistakes of the past while the men are away at war. For a moment, I see a flicker of something in his eyes, actual belief. He admits he was surprised, but he doesn't pull away. The seeds of loyalty are finally being sown. A simple smile and a thank you are all it takes to seal the deal. I'm learning that soft power is often more effective than any decree. But I can feel eyes on me from the shadows. Calix is watching, his silence heavier than any reprimand. He turns away sharply, but the tension between us remains, thick and suffocating. Walking through these stone halls, I realize the distance between us isn't just physical. It's built on years of silence. We walk together, yet we are worlds apart, each step echoing the uncertainty of our strange new arrangement. He finally breaks the silence, asking what business I could possibly have with one of his knights. I freeze for a second. I wasn't expecting him to be so direct, or perhaps I wasn't expecting him to care. I tell him it's a request for the future, a vague answer for a man who demands absolute clarity. He stops me, his voice low. If I needed something, why didn't I just ask him? I fumble for an excuse, telling him it required an expedition, something I thought he wouldn't want to be bothered with. The lie tastes better. I'm trying to save him, yet I find myself keeping him at arm's length. Why did I make up an excuse? Am I still so afraid of him, or am I afraid of what happens if he actually helps me? Before the silence can become unbearable, a familiar voice calls out, breaking the spell. Heinrich arrives just in time, reporting that the matters we discussed yesterday are already prepared. He pauses, noticing the heavy atmosphere hanging over us like a storm cloud. The air is thick with awkwardness as he realizes he might have walked into a private and very tense moment. Calix doesn't wait. He dismisses me with a cold, formal wife that feels more like a barrier than a title. I watch him walk away, his back rigid. He's retreating into his shell again, and I'm left wondering what I did wrong. He tells me to find Heinrich if I need anything. It's a dismissal, plain and simple. I can only offer a small, strained acknowledgement as he stomps away, his footsteps echoing my own frustration. Why is he acting like this? One moment he's supportive, and the next he's colder than the winter winds. I shake it off. I have work to do. My office is the only place where I feel like I'm truly in control. A new face greets me today. Jenya, the girl I helped, is here to begin her service. She looks healthy, vibrant, and full of a gratitude that I'm still not used to receiving. She promises to do her absolute best as my exclusive maid. For the first time in this castle, I feel like I have a real ally. I tell her how grateful I am that she chose to stay. It wasn't an easy decision for her, but it means everything to me. Seeing her teary-eyed smile makes the struggle worth it. Having someone truly on my side is a luxury I never thought I'd have. I trust her enough to let her help me select the rest of the staff. I need people who are loyal to me, not the Duke's reputation. Now, the final piece of the puzzle, a lady in waiting, someone meticulous, someone who can handle the weight of my secrets. I instruct Heinrich to find someone who can read and write perfectly. I need a partner, not just a servant. Heinrich has one more thing for me, something that sets my heart racing. The reply from Count Freya has arrived. I sent the invitation using the Duke's name, but I didn't expect an answer so soon. It turns out Calix himself instructed them to reply without delay. He prioritized my request, even while acting so distant. He is concerned in his own way, isn't he? Behind that cold exterior, he's actually paying attention. I remember a different Calix, one who looked at me with something other than indifference. Was that real or just a dream I'm clinging to? Perhaps the distance between us isn't an insurmountable wall. Perhaps it's just a bridge that hasn't been built yet. I think back to the way he looked at me recently, the hesitation, the unsaid words. If he's willing to try, then I have to be willing to meet him halfway. The blush on his face in my memory tells a story he's too proud to speak out loud. But reality is less romantic. We are still two strangers sharing a bed and a title, trying to find our footing. If I treat him differently, will he change too? Or am I just setting myself up for another heartbreak? I snap back to the present, startled by my own wandering thoughts. I can't afford to get distracted by what-ifs. I have to focus on the reply. This letter holds the key to the survival of my people. I slide the letter open, my hands trembling slightly. Everything depends on this one connection. Far away, a carriage makes its way through the desolate landscape toward the castle. Inside, a father reassures his daughter. The Duke's invitation is a rare honor, but also a heavy burden. He tells her the Duchess specifically requested to meet her. The girl looks terrified, wondering why someone so powerful would care about her. She grips her book tightly, her face pale. She doesn't realize she's the answer to a prayer she never heard. Her father watches her with concern, knowing how much is at stake for their family. He tells her to stop worrying and look outside. The future is approaching, whether she's ready or not. The castle looms in the distance, a fortress of stone and secrets that will soon be her new home. Everything is happening so fast. If I can secure this girl's help, the food shortage that destroyed my past life can be resolved. She stares out at the gray sky, unaware that she is the most important person in my world right now. Laureate Freya. I need to meet that child. She is the final piece of the map to a future where we don't just survive, we thrive. Deep within the walls of the castle, a meeting is about to take place that will change the fate of the empire. But for now, the air is thick with the quiet tension of an uncertain future. Count Freya arrives with a practiced bow, offering the customary greetings of the East. Beside him, his daughter Laureate looks as if she wants nothing more than to disappear into the floorboards. I can't help but stare. This young girl, Laureate Freya, is the key to everything. In my past life, her brilliance was a legend, but right now, she is just a child trembling in the shadows. She catches my gaze and flinches, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion. She has no idea why she has been summoned to such a grand place. She shuffles closer to her father, seeking a protection he has never truly provided. To him, she is a burden. To me, she is a savior. I offer a gentle smile, trying to ease the suffocating pressure in the room. I welcome them, but my focus never leaves the girl who carries a world of untapped potential. As we settle in, I drop the first bombshell. I reveal that it was not the Duke who requested their presence today, but I. The confusion on their faces is palpable. The Count is taken aback, his voice wavering as he asks why a noblewoman of my standing would have any interest in his daughter. He begins to apologize for her, calling her too shy and unworthy to even be a lady-in-waiting. Every word he speaks is a needle to her confidence, and I won't stand for it. I cut him off firmly. I didn't bring Laureate here to be a servant. I brought her here because she has something I desperately need. Laureate flinches again, her shoulders hunching. She has been told her whole life that she is useless, and she expects nothing but another criticism. She stares at her lap, the weight of her father's disappointment clearly visible in the slump of her frame. It's a wound I recognize all too well. I close my eyes for a moment, gathering my thoughts. It is time to show her that someone has been watching, and someone finally cares. I tell her directly that I have read her contributions to the horticultural papers. The shock that registers on her face is heartbreakingly pure. I mention her specific research on plant classification and crossbreeding. Her father looks bewildered, but Lariat's eyes begin to shimmer with a spark of hope. She can hardly believe it. She asks me if I truly read something she considered so trivial, her voice barely a whisper. Trivial? The word tastes bitter in my mouth. I look at her with all the sincerity I can muster, ready to dismantle that lie. Her heart begins to race, and I can almost hear the thumping in the silence of the room. This is the first time in her life her passion has been validated. The sheer weight of the moment is almost too much for her to bear. Years of being ignored are being washed away by a single sentence. She looks like she might collapse from the sheer intensity of her emotions, while her father remains completely out of his depth. Internally, she is screaming. For the first time, someone hasn't just noticed her, they've understood her work. It is the validation she has starved for. She stammers that her work was only published in a tiny, forgotten corner of a journal. She's still trying to protect herself from the possibility that this isn't real, but her heart won't stop pounding. The joy is bubbling up, threatening to overflow, even as she tries to maintain her composure. I can't help but smile at her excitement. It's a beautiful thing to witness a soul realizing its own worth for the first time. I think about her future, how she will become the greatest researcher the East has ever seen. If I told her that now, her heart really might stop. I turn back to the business at hand. I explain that I want to talk more with Laureate, away from the prying eyes of society. I tell her plainly, I need her help with a business venture. Laureate looks like she's been struck by lightning. Her? Help me? The Count hesitates, his brow furrowing as he questions if his daughter could possibly be of use in such important matters. The gloom returns to Laureate's face as her father continues to doubt her. It's a cycle of neglect that has defined her entire existence. I look at Count Freya with a gaze that brooks no argument. He needs to understand that his daughter's value is not up for debate. I promise him that this is something only Laureate can do. I am staking my reputation on her genius, and I won't back down. I challenge him to take a leap of faith, to trust his daughter, just this once, and see what she is truly capable of. My husband watches the exchange silently, his presence a steady anchor behind me. He knows I am up to something, and he is choosing to let me lead. He steps in, suggesting that the Count leave Laureate with me so they can discuss investments in private. It's the perfect opening. His eyes meet mine, filled with a quiet support that surprises me. He tells me not to worry and to go ahead with my plans. Is he really helping me? This man, who usually keeps his distance, is actively clearing the path for my ambitions. I nod, standing up with a newfound confidence. The Count has no choice but to agree, leaving Laureate in my care. I reach out a hand to Laureate, my voice soft and inviting. I want her to feel safe, to know that in this room, she is the most important person. I suggest we go somewhere more comfortable, somewhere we can speak freely about the things she loves. She agrees instantly, her hand trembling slightly as it meets mine. We walk together, leaving the men and their politics behind. The door clicks shut, and we enter a sun-drenched room filled with the vibrant colors and scents of rare flowers. I thank her for bringing her plants, asking if she cultivated them all herself. I want her to know that I see her effort in every leaf and petal. Lariette's face lights up with a radiant smile. She's in her element now, surrounded by the only things that have never judged her. She begins to babble, her shyness replaced by a torrent of knowledge. She talks about bug-catching plants and flowers that only bloom in the cold, her passion finally finding an audience. But then she stops. A sudden wave of hesitation washes over her, the old insecurities clawing their way back to the surface. She asks if her hobby is too silly, too useless. Her shoulders droop, and the light in her eyes begins to fade. She tells me that everyone says she's too weak and cowardly, that she only hides with her plants because she can't handle people. She looks out the window, her silhouette lonely against the glass. This is the heart of her wound, the belief that her greatest strength is actually her biggest flaw. I watch her, realizing why it took so long for her to succeed in my past life. She was never given the chance to believe in herself. She never received recognition for the things she loved. She was taught to hide her light, and now she's afraid to turn it on. I reach out and take her hands in mine, a gentle squeeze to ground her in the present. I won't let her retreat into the dark again. I tell her firmly that what she has been doing is not useless at all. In fact, it is the most important work in the empire. She looks at me with tears brimming in her eyes, desperately wanting to believe me, but still too afraid to hope. I offer her a warm, knowing smile. I am not just a noblewoman giving a compliment. I am a witness to the greatness she has yet to achieve. Of course it's not useless, I tell her. Her tears begin to fall, but they are tears of relief, not sorrow. I explain that these plants she loves so much are going to do something incredible. They are going to be the foundation of our success. They are going to save the East. I say it with such conviction that even Lariat can't help but feel the weight of the promise. Back in the drawing room, my husband taps his cane thoughtfully. He is a man of few words, but his mind is never still. The Count tries to apologize for the waste of time, but my husband silences him with a single sharp look. He knows better than anyone that I never waste a second. The Count stammers, caught between his desire to please the Duke and his own deep-seated lack of faith in his daughter. My husband looks down at the papers in his hand, his expression unreadable. He is beginning to see me in a new light, and the realization is clearly unsettling. I am not a decoration. I am not a trophy to be kept on a shelf. I am a player in this game, and I am playing for keeps. He reminds the Count that doubting one's partner is a sign of rudeness. It's a subtle defense of my autonomy that I didn't expect from him. I want to do my best in my role, but I am redefining what that role means. I am no longer content to just survive. I am here to conquer. He watches me, his gaze lingering. There is a new respect there, perhaps even a hint of something deeper, as he watches his wife take control of the future. He sees a woman who shines through her own determination. The quiet, neglected wife is gone, and in her place is someone who will change everything. The silence in the drawing room was heavy, but the air felt different today, charged with a purpose that had been missing for far too long. Amber wasn't just offering tea, she was offering a lifeline. To solve the famine of the East, she was ready to put her faith and her fortune into Lariat's hands. The famine wasn't just a lack of rain, it was a poison in the very soul of the land, causing every crop to wither and die before it could ever feed the hungry. Lariat stood up, her heart racing. She knew the soil better than anyone, but the solution Amber was hinting at seemed almost impossible. Her eyes drifted to the corner of the room, toward the one thing that managed to survive in the shadows. She realized with a start that Amber was talking about the Rodan plant, a species most people wouldn't even touch. But the rhodin plant carried a dark reputation that was hard to ignore. Known as the devil's flower, it was a symbol of the East's devastation, a wicked-looking bloom that appeared only when the land was at its worst. People hated it, yet they forgot the most important detail. It was the only thing that could actually grow in the poisoned earth. Amber's suggestion was radical. If the rhodin plant could survive the poison, why not take that strength and give it to the crops people actually needed to eat? The realization hit Lariat like a physical shock. Amber wasn't just talking about gardening, she was talking about crossbreeding, a new future for their people. The potential was staggering. Lariat began to mumble to herself, her scientific mind already calculating mutations and lifespans, seeing a path through the darkness for the first time. Amber watched her, a quiet confidence in her eyes. She knew that with Lariat's genius and the right resources, success wasn't just a dream, it was inevitable. But as the weight of the task settled in, Lariat hesitated, her old insecurities bubbling to the surface. She looked at Amber with pure wonder. How could the Duchess have such vision? To Lariat, Amber seemed like a miracle worker. Amber brushed it off with a modest smile, but she could see the girl's self-doubt starting to take hold again. She reminded Lariat that her perspective as an outsider was a gift, but Lariat's own discovery was just around the corner. Lariat shook her head, blushing. She had spent so long being told she was ordinary and sad that she couldn't imagine herself as a savior. Amber reached out, her touch gentle but firm. She wasn't going to let Lariat retreat into the shadows of her own mind. She spoke with a conviction that brooked no argument. Lariat had to stop belittling herself if she was going to lead the East out of its misery. The belief in Amber's eyes was the most powerful thing Lariat had ever encountered. It was a demand for Lariat to finally start trusting in her own worth. Lariat swallowed hard, her pulse thrumming in her ears. She squeezed her gloved hands together, feeling a shift deep within her soul. For the first time, she felt seen, truly seen. She accepted the challenge with a newfound sense of duty. The flowers blooming around her in the greenhouse seemed to mirror the hope finally taking root in her heart. She would try. She would believe. As evening fell, the carriage clattered away from the estate, the setting sun painting the sky in bruises of purple and gold. Lariat couldn't stop smiling. The joy was radiant, transforming her face into something vibrant and alive. She had spent her life being told she was a waste of time, just another daughter to be married off. But now, her passion finally had value. She noticed her father watching her, his expression unreadable against the fading light outside the window. He questioned the sudden support from the House of Telesto, his voice laced with the caution of a man who had seen too many political traps. He worried that this meeting might lead to regret, fearing his daughter was being used as a pawn in a larger game. In his mind, the Duchess was a formidable woman, and he doubted she would truly protect someone as vulnerable as Lariat from the harsh realities of society. Lariat's defense was immediate and fierce. She wouldn't allow anyone, not even her father, to speak poorly of the woman who had finally given her a reason to hope. Her father was startled. He hadn't seen this kind of fire in her before. He realized then that Amber hadn't just invested in a project. She had sparked a fundamental change in his daughter's spirit. He also couldn't ignore the way the Duke looked at his wife now, with a burgeoning respect that was impossible to miss. The Count leaned back, admitting he might have been too hasty. Amber was clearly a force to be reckoned with, a woman who changed everyone she touched. Lariat's smile returned, brighter than ever. She was ready for whatever came next. As the carriage disappeared into the distance, the silhouette of the castle stood tall against the dying light, a silent witness to the shift in power. Back inside, the quiet clink of a teacup marked a moment of hard-won peace. Amber sat with Carlix, the silence between them no longer filled with the same tension as before. She allowed herself to hope for a smoother future. She caught him glancing at her, a silent acknowledgement of the work she had done today. Carlix finally spoke, his voice low as he noted her success in convincing the Count. He was watching her more closely than he cared to admit. His praise was simple, but it carried the weight of a mountain. "You did good." Amber turned to him, a genuine, warm smile spreading across her face. The gratitude she felt was written in the sparkle of her eyes. In that moment, the Duke felt something he hadn't prepared for, a sudden, violent thud in his chest that stole his breath. Amber was radiant, her joy infectious. She asked him if he was glad too, her voice soft and intimate. The reaction was physical. Carlix turned his head away sharply, unable to handle the intensity of the emotions stirring within him. Amber was confused. She had expected a shared moment of triumph, not this sudden, cold withdrawal. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird, a frantic rhythm that he couldn't quiet. He clenched his fist, his knuckles white as he fought for control over his own body. Amber's face fell, the light fading from her eyes. She felt the old distance between them stretching out again, cold and vast. Carlax managed only a single, strained word of agreement, his gaze fixed on anything but her. Feeling the rejection, Amber stood up. If there was nothing left to say, she wasn't going to stay and beg for his attention. He stood up too, but the words were stuck in his throat, a tangled mess of confusion and burgeoning desire. The door closed behind her with a finality that echoed through the silent room. Amber stood in the hallway, the silence pressing in on her from all sides. She told herself she didn't care. She had long since given up on finding an emotional connection with a man like Carlax. But as she stood there, she realized with a pang of frustration that she was actually upset. She wanted more than just a business partner. She clenched her dress, the fabric bunching under her fingers as she tried to suppress the hurt. A weary sigh escaped her. She hated feeling this way, vulnerable and confused by a man who seemed to blow hot and cold with every breath. Inside the room, Carlax collapsed back onto the sofa, his head in his hands. The thumping in his chest wouldn't stop. It was a physical ache now, a reminder that his walls were crumbling. He couldn't get her smile out of his head. It was haunting him, challenging his resolve to remain detached and cold. Her face was burned into his mind, vibrant and warm, a stark contrast to the icy world he had built for himself. He covered his face, a blush deepening on his cheeks. He felt weird, out of control, and utterly terrified of the feelings he could no longer ignore. A knock at the door always signals a change in the wind, but today it feels like the start of a storm. Grace, the head maid, stands there with a coldness that matches the stone walls of this castle. She doesn't even offer the basic courtesy of my title. Her eyes are sharp, calculating, as if she's waiting for me to crumble under the weight of her presence. She tells me the Duchess seeks my presence. It's not a request, it's a summons. Bella is finally ready to move her pieces across the board. I notice the slight immediately. She calls me Lady Amber, deliberately stripping away my status as the mistress of this house. They think they can still treat me like a guest who has overstayed her welcome. I decide to play her game. If she wants to be informal, I can return the favor. I refer to the Duchess simply as Lady Bella, and the reaction is instantaneous. Grace is horrified, stammering about my supposed rudeness. It's funny how they only care about etiquette when it's being used against them. I offer a shallow apology, one that doesn't reach my eyes. I'm done being the quiet mouse they can step on whenever they please. With a smile that masks my growing disdain, I ask where I should go. The stage is set, and I'm ready to see what Bella has planned for me. The doors to the vine room are grand, ornate, and usually locked to me. This was always her private sanctuary, a place where I was never invited. The heavy clunk of the lock echoes through the hallway. It feels less like an entrance and more like a trap being set. She's so obvious in her attempts to assert dominance. Every movement, every word is designed to remind me of my place, or rather, where she thinks my place should be. I walk in to find a sea of faces, women who have spent their lives perfecting the art of the subtle insult. The room is filled with the sickly sweet scent of tea and the sound of forced laughter. I see the look in Bella's eyes. This isn't a social gathering, it's a public execution of my dignity. She glances at her companions, sharing a silent joke at my expense. They view me as a curiosity, a temporary fixture in a house they believe they own. Her goal is simple: to intimidate me, to make me feel small in front of the very people I am meant to lead. In the past, this would have worked. I would have stood in the corner, invisible and aching, while they treated me like a ghost haunting my own home. I remember the coldness of being ignored, the way their laughter felt like a physical weight on my chest. I remember how my hands used to tremble, hidden in the folds of my dress, as I struggled to find a voice that no one wanted to hear. The shame was a constant companion back then, a shadow that followed me through every gilded hallway. But things are different now. That version of me died with my first life. I am no longer afraid of Bella or the petty games she plays. I walk into the center of the room, my head held high. I can feel her glare burning into the side of my face, but I don't give her the satisfaction of looking away. I take my time, moving with a grace they didn't think I possessed. The silence in the room is deafening as they watch me approach. Bella's smile is tight, her eyes narrowed. She's realizing that the girl she used to bully is gone, replaced by someone she doesn't recognize. I sit down without waiting for an invitation. The collective gasp from the other women is music to my ears. She snaps at me immediately, asking if she gave me permission to sit. I simply tell her that since she was so busy chatting, I didn't want to be rude and interrupt. She tries to lecture me on the customs of the East as if I'm an uneducated child who doesn't know how to behave in polite society. She calls me rude, her voice dripping with venom. It's a desperate attempt to regain control of a conversation that is already slipping through her fingers. I offer another empty smile. I'll play the role of the dutiful daughter-in-law for now, but only because it makes the coming sting even sharper. Then, I dropped the first real bomb. I ask her a simple question about the key to this room. I remind her that as the Duchess, the Vine Room is technically under my care. Her snicker is ugly, a sharp contrast to the elegant surroundings. She reaches for something around her neck, her fingers trembling slightly with a mix of anger and triumph. She produces a key, claiming it was given to her by the former Duke himself. It's her ultimate trump card, a sign that she still has the backing of the family patriarch. She's talking about Detlef, Carlix's father. He always favored her, and she uses his name like a shield against any challenge to her authority. She slams the key onto the table, the thud echoing her arrogance. She thinks this settled the matter, that I'll back down now that she's invoked his name. She leans in, her voice dropping to a low, threatening hiss. She wants me to know that my position here is fragile, that I am only here at her mercy. She tells me that while I may have won over Carlix, I will never win over his father. To her, power is a zero-sum game, and she's determined to make sure I lose. She taps her fan against the table, a rhythmic, annoying sound that betrays her agitation. She declares that no matter how I act, she is the true mistress of this castle. It's a pathetic boast, the cry of someone who knows her influence is fading. She dismisses me like a servant, telling me to go back to my room and be a good girl. The condescension is suffocating. I don't move. I let the silence stretch out, watching the frustration boil behind her eyes. I ask her why I should obey. The smack of her fan closing is the only sound in the room. She's stunned that I would dare to question her. I stand up, my voice calm and steady. I remind her that I have rights as the wife of the Duke, and I have no intention of surrendering them to her. I look her dead in the eye and tell her that if she's the one who is so lonely, she can be the one to stay in this room. The insult lands perfectly. She's shaking now, her face contorted with rage. She's never been spoken to this way, especially not by me. She reaches for a bell, her fingers fumbling. The mask of the elegant Duchess has completely shattered. She checks with Grace to make sure the doors are shut and that Carlix is far away on the training grounds. She's done with words. She's looking for a more violent form of control. She snaps her fingers, and the atmosphere in the room shifts from tense to dangerous. A group of masked maids appears carrying a heavy wooden box. This isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. This was prepared. She steps toward me, her eyes wild. She thinks she can break me with fear, that she can beat me back into submission. She calls me foolish, her voice trembling with the thrill of impending violence. She's finally showing her true colors. The lid of the box is opened with a chilling clack. I see the tools of her discipline inside. I hesitate for a second, not out of fear, but out of shock that she would actually go this far within the castle walls. She reaches into the box, her smile returning as she grabs a whip. She tells me that naughty girls need to be punished. I can see the malice in her gaze. She doesn't just want to hurt me, she wants to destroy my spirit. The maids grab my arms, pinning me in place. Grace watches with a look of grim satisfaction. They think they've won. I stare directly at her, my voice low and cold. I tell her that she will regret this. It's not a plea, it's a promise. She ignores me, stretching the whip between her hands. She justifies it as discipline, a necessary act to maintain her power. She raises her arm, the whip whistling through the air. I close my eyes, bracing for the impact, refusing to give her the satisfaction of a scream. But the blow never lands. She hesitates, her arm frozen in midair. She glares toward the entrance, her face pale. Someone has interrupted her moment of triumph. The maids look just as confused and terrified as their mistress. The power dynamic in the room has shifted once again. A heavy knock sounds at the door, echoing like a heartbeat. The doors to my prison are about to be forced open. The sound of the heavy, rhythmic knocking echoes through the room, a sharp intrusion into the suffocating silence of my mother-in-law's presence. Bella's eyes snap toward the door, her face contorting with a flash of pure, unadulterated fury. She had given strict orders, no interruptions. The maids tremble under her glare, their voices small and terrified as they try to explain that they did warn the guards, but the knocking only grows more persistent. From the other side of the door, a man's voice calls out, urgent and demanding. He isn't asking for permission, he's demanding entry. My heart thumps against my ribs. I know that voice. It's familiar, a remnant of a past that feels both a lifetime away and yet so close. Bella lets out a sharp, disgusted click of her tongue, her lips curling in a sneer. Her perfect, controlled evening is falling apart. She barks an order for the maids to stand back, her posture rigid as she prepares to face whoever has the audacity to defy her. With a cold, level voice, she finally gives the command. Open the door. The heavy doors groan as they are pushed open, flooding the room with light from the hallway. There he stands, looking almost like a hero from a storybook, his hand over his heart in a mock respectful salute. Sir Bertrand has arrived. I can't hide my shock. Why is he here? Why would a knight of his standing risk Bella's wrath just to find me? I expected Heinley, the one person I thought might actually come to my aid, but Bertrand steps forward with a confidence that stops everyone in their tracks. He ignores the tension in the room, focusing entirely on me with a subtle nod that tells me everything is under control. He announces his intention clearly. The matter is urgent, and he is here to escort me out of this room immediately. Bella tries to regain control, her voice dripping with poisonous sweetness, as she mentions the tea she so graciously prepared for her daughter-in-law. Bertrand doesn't flinch. He offers a bright, almost cheerful smile that feels like a shield against her malice. He claims the butler has an important task for me, a direct challenge to her authority that leaves her choking on her own indignation. I take the opening he's given me, lifting my head and offering a polite, empty excuse about having tea another time. The look on her face is priceless, a mask of civility barely hiding the rage boiling underneath. I've escaped her trap, for now. As we turn to leave, I catch the sight of her fist clenching, her knuckles white. This won't be forgotten. The doors clang shut behind us, the sound signaling a temporary reprieve from the poison of that room. The adrenaline finally leaves me, and I stumble, my legs feeling like lead. Bertrand is there in a second, catching me before I can fall. I tell him I'm fine, but my voice is shaky. The psychological toll of facing her is heavier than I care to admit. I look at him, searching his face for answers. Why did he really come? What is his angle in all of this? I had asked Jenya to find Heinley, knowing he was the only one who might listen, the only one who could stand up to his mother. I ask him directly if Heinley sent him, but the look in his eyes tells me the answer before he even speaks. He admits that he volunteered. He saw the situation and decided to step in himself, which only makes me more suspicious. I stop walking and turn to him. I need to know what he's after. No one in this castle does anything without a reason. He claims Heinley was busy, but his easy smile doesn't reach his eyes. He's stepping into a dangerous game by helping me. I tell him to be honest. If there's something he wants from me, he should just say it instead of hiding behind chivalry. He hesitates for a moment, his playful demeanor flickering. He knows I'm not the naive girl everyone thinks I am. I remind him that making an enemy of Bella is a death sentence in this house. As a foreigner, I have no power to protect him. He looks at me, really looks at me, and I see a flash of something serious beneath the surface. He's calculating. There is a long pause where the only sound is our breathing in the quiet hallway. Then he drops the act. He tells me that my enemy seems to be his enemy as well. He wants to be of assistance, not just as a knight, but as an ally in a much larger conflict. I wonder what Bella did to him. What could she have done to make a loyal knight of the East turn against her so covertly? He laughs it off, saying the knights work for the East, not just for one person's whims. His goal is to protect the House of Telesto, and if that means siding with me, then that's what he'll do. With a final, respectful bow, he takes his leave, disappearing back into the shadows of the castle. I'm left standing alone, more confused than when I started. The pieces of the puzzle are moving, but I can't see the full picture yet. Dennis Bertrand. I search my memories of the past life. He was always there, a constant presence, yet I knew so little about him. He was always by Karlek's side, a loyal shadow. Was he always this observant, always this rebellious? In the end, he was chased out. I wonder now if it was because he dared to cross Bella, just as he did today. I hesitate as I walk toward my room. The walls of this castle seem to be closing in, whispering secrets I was never meant to hear. Perhaps there are layers to this family's corruption that even I, with my knowledge of the future, haven't uncovered yet. Night falls, and with it comes the darkness that always seems to follow me. The clouds gather, heavy and suffocating. I collapse into bed, exhausted, but sleep doesn't bring peace. It only brings back the things I've tried so hard to bury. In my dreams, the struggle begins again. Hands grabbing at me, voices mocking my weakness. I'm trapped in the past. Bella's face looms over me, a twisted mask of cruelty. She screams that she will fix my bad habits, her words like lashes against my skin. I flinch, trying to wake up, but the nightmare is too strong. It drags me deeper into the memories of blood and betrayal. I see the moment my world shattered, the cold, calculating eyes of a man who took everything from me. My heart drops as the sword is raised. The smile on his face is the last thing I see before the world turns red. I cry out in my sleep, the pain of the memory feeling as real as if it were happening all over again. No! The scream dies in my throat as the dream shatters into 1,000 jagged pieces. I wake with a gasp, my eyes snapping open to the dim light of my bedroom. My heart is racing and tears are streaming down my face. A shadow moves beside me, and for a terrifying second, I think the nightmare has followed me into the real world. I'm shaking, gasping for air, the phantom pain of the sword still lingering in my chest. Then I see him, Carlex. He's sitting by my bed, his expression unreadable in the moonlight. He hesitates, his hand hovering over me as if he's unsure whether he's allowed to offer comfort. But then he reaches out. His touch is light, almost tentative, as he brushes a stray hair from my forehead. I lean into his hand, the warmth of his skin grounding me, pulling me back from the edge of the abyss. The terror begins to fade, replaced by a heavy, soul-deep exhaustion. For the first time, I feel safe. He sighs, a soft, weary sound. There's a softness in his eyes I've never seen before, a quiet concern that he's trying to hide. He stays there, a silent sentinel in the dark, watching over me until sleep finally claims me again, this time without the nightmares. The morning sun spills across the castle walls, but the warmth does little to ease the cold weight in my chest. I wake with a start, the echoes of a nightmare still clinging to my mind like a thick fog. Beside me, there is a presence I am still learning to trust. Carlex is still asleep. His features are softened, stripped of the stern authority he carries through the day. I find myself staring, unable to look away from this rare glimpse of vulnerability. It is the first time I have seen him look so innocent, so far removed from the cold husband I once knew. But the moment is fleeting. He is gone as quickly as a shadow when the light shifts, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Is he avoiding me, or is he simply unsure of how to face the shift in our dynamic? The silence of the room allows the memory of my dream to resurface, jagged and terrifying. I can still see her, Bella with that murderous glint in her eyes, coming for me in the dark. I turn to the empty room, half expecting to find her lurking in the corners of this gilded cage. The shock of seeing her true colors in that nightmare has left me shaken, my fingers trembling as I clutch my dress. There are things happening that I don't yet understand, pieces of a puzzle I am only beginning to see. Despite the fear, a strange sense of calm washes over me. I have to believe this path will lead somewhere better. The dream wasn't just a warning, it was a map. I remember every detail, every sharp edge. The knife, it wasn't just any blade. It was an artifact of the imperial family, the very symbol of the power that destroyed the East. I stare at my reflection, seeing a woman who can no longer afford to be a victim. I clench my fist. I will not let history repeat itself. I will not let them ruin everything I love again. This time, I am the one with the advantage. This time, I will protect the East at any cost. The day moves forward, and with it, the necessity of building my own power within these walls. I interview a candidate for my lady-in-waiting, a woman named Roxy. She claims to be from a humble background, capable and literate, but I sense there is more to her than she admits. I decide to test her with the accounting first. I need to know if I can trust her with the inner workings of my household. As she leaves, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen her before. The daughter of a baronet, she says? I'll keep a close eye on her. In this house, even a maid can be a weapon if wielded by the wrong hand. A knock at the door breaks my concentration, pulling me back to the business of the estate. The butler enters with a report, his face a mask of professional concern. A merchant from the east has arrived, expressing interest in buying all of my jewels. All of them? It takes a massive amount of capital to make such an offer. My suspicion is immediately piqued. The butler hesitates, and I can tell the name of the merchant carries a certain weight. It's the Merchant Fleet Pfizer. The name hits me like a physical blow. Pfizer? Operated by Viscount Barral, father-in-law to Count Nosto. The web of my enemies is tighter than I thought. They think they can corner me, that they can swoop in while I'm vulnerable and strip me of my assets. I sink into my chair, the pressure of their greed weighing on me. They have influence everywhere in the East. But even Pfizer shouldn't have enough liquid cash to buy everything at once. This isn't a fair trade. The butler confirms my fears. They likely intend to use threats to force a low price. My anger flares, hot and sharp. In my past life, they treated us like pawns to be discarded. I can feel the phantom sting of their betrayal. I ask who specifically contacted us. If it's Birrell himself, the danger is even greater. It's their ship manager, Baronet Leupold, a man whose reputation is as foul as his methods. I remember him. He's the one who bled the house of Telesto dry by manipulating Bella. He is a vulture, circling the weak and waiting for the right moment to strike. Even the palace gossip was filled with stories of his arrogance, of how he moved through noble circles as if he owned them. He was at the center of Count Zymo's scandal, a man who thrives on the ruin of others. It makes sense that he would come for me now, thinking I'm just another desperate noblewoman in decline. The butler warns me against dealing with him personally. He knows how dangerous a man like Leupold can be. He worries for my safety, but he doesn't realize who he's talking to. I smile. No, this isn't a threat. It's an opportunity. They've forgotten who I am. I am the daughter of the Riarte merchant fleet. I grew up in the world of high-stakes deals and ruthless men. I know exactly how to handle people like Leupold. They think they are the predators, but they've walked into my territory. I pull out my ledger, a plan already forming in my mind. If he wants to play games, I'll show him how they're truly won. This is how I'll deal with the threats to the east, one greedy merchant at a time. The blade in my dream was a warning, but my pen will be the weapon that secures our future. A carriage rumbles into the courtyard, the sound of a man who believes his arrival is an event. Leupold steps out, his nose turned up at the shabbiness of the castle. His arrogance is as thick as his perfume. The butler leads him in, maintaining a polite facade while the air in the room grows tense. The doors to my drawing room are thrown open. The game is about to begin. My staff looks on with concern, sensing the predatory energy Leupold brings with him. I sit calmly, a cup of tea in my hand, the picture of a composed Duchess. He bows, but there is no respect in it. He calls it an honor to meet the new wife of Duke Telesto. The maid trembles as she serves him, intimidated by his overbearing presence. He barely notices her, his eyes already scanning the room for things he can take. He smirks, convinced he has already won before the first word is even spoken. He hasn't changed a bit. The same greed, the same condescension. It's almost nostalgic. I get straight to the point. He came here for my jewels, didn't he? He makes himself comfortable, lounging on my sofa as if he's already signed the deed to the house. He tells me I won't find a better deal. He thinks I'm desperate, and he's counting on that fear. Is that so? I look at him, my expression unreadable, letting the silence stretch between us. Then, let's hear it. Show me just how good this deal is. I smile, and for the first time, Loophole looks just a little bit uncertain. He sits there with a smug entitlement, casually offering 2 million stars as if he's doing me a massive favor. Then comes the predictable excuse, uncertain cash flow. It's a transparent attempt to control the terms of the deal before I can even react. He grins, suggesting he'll pay the rest in 6 months. He truly believes I'm just another naive noblewoman he can easily manipulate. I watch him, my face a mask of cold indifference. He's trying to beat me down, exactly as I anticipated he would. The merchant sips his tea with an air of irritating superiority, completely confident that he holds all the cards in this room. Does he realize who he's talking to? I am the daughter of the top merchant in the West. I know his games better than he does. He continues to leer at me, thinking his position in the piazza makes him untouchable in these eastern lands. I feel a flare of anger, but I keep it tightly controlled. His arrogance is about to become his undoing. I look him dead in the eye and tell him clearly that I cannot trade at such a ridiculous, insulting price. He feigns a sigh of pity, acting as though my refusal is born of ignorance about how business is conducted here. His voice takes on a darker edge as he reminds me that for all trades made in this region, the piazza is the law. I tilt my head slightly, my voice dropping to a dangerous calm as I ask him exactly what he means by that. He starts boasting, claiming that the people of this barren land only survive because of his virtue and his connections. He doesn't notice the shadow falling over my eyes as he continues his self-important rant. With a sharp slam against the table, he declares that everything, food, necessities, even weapons, is under his thumb. He smirks, convinced that he has successfully intimidated me into submission. He tells me I should consider it a grace that the piazza is even willing to buy my jewelry at all. He looks at me with pure condescension, waiting for me to crumble under the weight of his supposed power. I let the silence hang in the air for a moment before I quietly ask, "Are you done?" His confusion is immediate. He expected fear, but all he finds is my steady, unyielding gaze. I lean forward, my voice cutting through his bravado. It's not me who needs grace, it's him. I bring up a certain unfortunate incident he had recently with Count Zymo, and the air leaves the room. He nearly jumps out of his skin. The color drains from his face as the realization of what I know begins to sink in. I offer a small, sharp smile. It really is such a pity that his secrets aren't as well hidden as he thought. He stammers, trying to regain his footing, his voice trembling as he asks how I could possibly know. He knows the geography of his own greed. To reach the capital, his trade route must pass directly through Count Zymo's territory. I watch him struggle. This fool thought he could bully me while his entire livelihood hung by a single fraying thread. He looks sick. He knows he's made a massive mistake, and he has no idea how deep the hole he's dug truly goes. I lay it out plainly for him. I know he harassed the Count's niece. The silence that follows is deafening. His eyes bulge in terror. His secret was supposed to be his death warrant if it ever got out. He flashes back to Count Zymo's castle, remembering the cold weight of the trouble he's in. He remembers groveling on the floor, begging for a forgiveness that wasn't coming easily. He had offered the Count anything, desperate to prevent his headquarters from finding out about his disgraceful behavior. But the Count was clear. He had no intention of letting the piazza's filth travel through his land anymore. The ultimatum was brutal. He was given only 2 months to find a way to make amends or lose everything. Back in the present, he looks like a man facing his executioner. The pressure is finally starting to break him. He curses the Count in his head, still refusing to take full responsibility for his own disgusting actions. He thinks back to the moment he mistook the girl for a maid, his entitlement still clouding his judgment. But his biggest fear is that I'm the one who heard the truth. I am the last person he wanted to have leverage over him. He had been trying to embezzle capital to prepare a bribe for the Count, and my jewelry was his ticket to freedom. But his friction with the merchant community made it impossible to get the funds elsewhere. He needed to buy my jewelry for a pittance so he could sell it privately and save his own skin. I remind him that my husband, Count Nosto, doesn't know about this situation yet. I pause, letting him imagine what would happen if the lord of this land found out a merchant was causing such trouble. Knowing the Count's reputation, he might just decide that a head on the castle gates is the best way to resolve the issue. He asks if I'm threatening him. I don't need to threaten him. The reality of his situation is doing that for me. Instead, I tell him I'm showing him grace. I'm giving him an alternative to total destruction. He's desperate now, completely broken, asking what it is that I want from him. I tell him I know exactly what Count Zyma wants, a gift worth more than millions of stars. He leans in, sweating, practically begging for the information that could save his life. But I'm not here to give out freebies. I didn't come this far to be charitable to a man like him. I make it very clear. I will help him resolve his crisis with the Count, but only if he accepts my new terms. He bows his head in total submission, pleading with me to let him know what the price of my help will be. I give him a smile that is as beautiful as it is predatory. It's quite simple, really. He offered 2 million stars earlier. Now he's going to make that 5 million, and he's going to say thank you. Loopold stares at me, his face turning a sickly shade of pale as the weight of my demand finally sinks in. 5 million stars is more than a fortune. It's everything he's stolen and more. I lean back, my voice dropping to a cold, steady whisper. If he thinks he can negotiate with me, he's mistaken. The only other person I can talk to is Count Nosto, and we both know how that ends. His teeth grit so hard I can almost hear them cracking. He knows he's trapped, cornered by a woman he thought was just a puppet. I remind him of the stories floating around the Western territories. Count Nosto isn't known for his mercy, especially when it comes to those who accumulate personal assets at the expense of the Union. The images of what happens to traitors are gruesome. Limbs severed, families exiled to lands where they're never heard from again. It's a fate worse than death. I watch the sweat bead on his forehead. Even his powerful connections can't save him if I decide to speak. He gulps, the fear finally overriding his greed. He pathetically begs, claiming he can only scrape together 3 million stars up front. He looks like a broken man, but I know better than to trust his desperation. I act as if I'm considering his plight, offering a shallow smile. Since his fleet is in such a dire situation, I suppose I can be the one to compromise. But I'm not letting him off the hook. I'll take the 3 million in cash, but the remaining 2 million, I have a very specific way for him to pay that debt. First, he will hand over 1 million stars worth of aid items from the East Warehouse. It's the only way the people here will survive the harsh winter he ignored. And as for the final million, I want Durandal. The moment the name leaves my lips, the air in the room turns to ice. He nearly falls out of his chair, stammering, wondering how I could possibly know about the sword hidden deep within his stores. He thought it was his secret weapon, Durandal, the Sword of Oath. an ancient artifact with a power so devastating it once turned the eastern lands into nothing but rubble and ash. Durandal, the Sword of Oath, an ancient artifact with a power so devastating it once turned the eastern lands into nothing but rubble and ash. In my past life, that blade was the instrument of my destruction. It was the very thing that took my son away from me and ended my life in a spray of crimson. I won't let history repeat itself. I have to possess it before the Emperor can use it to tear my world apart again. This time, the power belongs to me. Loophole is trembling now. He knows that if the sword goes missing, his superior won't be able to say a word without admitting they were hoarding illegal artifacts. I take a slow, elegant sip of my tea, watching him crumble. I tell him his boss might be mad, but at worst, he'll just be fired. I tilt my head, my eyes locking onto his with a predatory stillness. I want him to understand exactly what I'm offering him. Losing a job is a small price to pay when the alternative is losing your life. My smile is bright, warm, and utterly terrifying. He looks at me with pure hatred, unable to believe he's being dismantled by someone he considered a mere child. But his pride doesn't matter anymore. I signal my maid to bring forward the new contract. I'm doing this for his sake, of course. 3 million stars is a bargain for his life. The terms are clear and the exit is closed. He has no choice but to accept the world I've built for him. I slide the paper toward him. All he has to do is sign his name and admit defeat. The pen feels like a lead weight in his hand. He finally relents, his voice a broken rasp as he agrees to my terms. The predator has become the prey. As he scribbles his signature, I can practically hear his internal screams. He knows he's been played like a fiddle, and I enjoyed every second of it. News travels fast through the castle walls. The maids are already whispering about how I sold my dowry to save the estate, turning a personal sacrifice into a political masterstroke. They huddle by the well, giggling and sharing stories of how I completely outmaneuvered the evil Loophole. My reputation is changing, and for the first time, it's for the better. They see a leader now, someone more impressive than they ever imagined. I'm no longer just the Duke's wife. I'm the mistress of this house. Outside, the courtyard is a bustle of activity. The horses are neighing as the first of the aid wagons begin to arrive, filled with the supplies we so desperately need. The people are shouting in relief, their voices echoing through the stone halls. The innermost warehouse is finally being filled, and the fear of winter is starting to lift. From the shadows, those who once doubted me watch with narrowed eyes. They can't deny the results, even if they hate the woman who brought them. In the quiet of my study, Genia looks at the small, sparkling jewel I've placed in her hand. Her eyes are wide with disbelief, her hands shaking as she holds the treasure. It's just a small piece from my wedding dress, a token for her loyalty. I apologize that it isn't more, promising her something better once our finances are fully restored. She fidgets, her face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and pure joy. To her, this is more than just a gem. It's a sign that she finally belongs to someone who cares. She insists she only told the truth about me, but I know how much courage that took in a house full of enemies. She squeezes the jewel to her chest, beaming. She excitedly tells me that more maids are begging to work for me now. They saw the wagons, they saw the change, and they want to be on the winning side. I let out a soft sigh of relief. With the money and the supplies, we can finally survive the winter. One major hurdle is cleared, but another remains. I look out the window, my mind drifting to the one person who should be by my side. But lately, he feels further away than ever. I remember the way he looked at me, the confusion and the distance in his eyes. It's like he's seeing a stranger instead of his wife. He turns away before I can even speak, his silhouette cold and unyielding against the castle stone. Why is he avoiding me now? It started that day, after everything shifted between us. Carlix is making it very obvious that he doesn't want to be in the same room as me. I asked him if he was glad, and since then, it's been nothing but silence. The rejection stings more than I care to admit. I close my eyes, trying to suppress the frustration. He should at least acknowledge the 8 items. This is his territory after all. I clenched my fist, the fabric of my dress bunching under my fingers. I've put my life on the line for this place, and he treats me like an inconvenience. It's infuriating. Every morning, every lunch, every dinner, it's the same excuse. The Duke is busy, the Duke is eating alone, the Duke is avoiding me. I ask Genia where he is today. I'm done waiting for him to come to me. If he won't show his face, I'll go and find him myself. She tells me he's at the training grounds. I give a forced, overly sweet laugh. How fascinating that he always gets an itching for the sword exactly when it's time to see me. I stand up abruptly, startling poor Genia. I ask her who exactly is reporting my whereabouts to him. I need to know who's helping him hide. She stammers out a name, Sir Bertrand. I feel a vein pulse in my forehead. Not today, Carlix. You won't escape me today. The sky is a brilliant blue over the training grounds, but the atmosphere down below is thick with tension and the sound of clashing steel. I watch him from a distance. Carlix moves with a lethal grace, his blade cutting through the air with a whistle. He's pouring all his frustration into his practice. He's focused, his brow furrowed in concentration as he executes a perfect strike. He looks every bit the powerful Duke, yet he's acting like a scared boy. Sweat drips down his face, his breathing heavy as he pushes himself to the limit. He's trying to drown out his thoughts with physical exhaustion. I step onto the stone floor, my footsteps echoing with a purpose that cuts through the noise of the training sessions. He's mid-sentence, asking Bertrand if I've already eaten lunch. He's so busy trying to time his avoidance that he doesn't hear me approaching. I answer for him, my voice dripping with mock sweetness. How could I possibly eat alone without you, my dear husband? He flinches, his entire body jerking as he realizes he's been caught. He spins around, his eyes wide with genuine shock. Bertrand looks like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. He apologizes to the Duke, admitting that I'm just as terrifying as he is. Carlix gulps, his face flushing a deep red as he glances away. He's trapped now, and there's nowhere left to run. I step closer, the shadows falling across my face as I loom over him. The time for games and excuses is over. I offer him my most innocent smile, the one that makes everyone in the room hold their breath. How about we have a little chat today? The soldiers behind him all gulp in unison. They know the Duke is in for a long afternoon. And honestly, he deserves it. The clink of silverware against fine china is the only sound that fills the room. It's a rhythmic, lonely reminder of the distance between us. Carlix sits across from me, his gaze fixed anywhere but on my face. This heavy silence used to feel like a death sentence in my past life, but today the air feels different. I can see the tension in his shoulders, a subtle vibration that wasn't there before. He knows I've caught him. He's been avoiding me since the training grounds, and the guilt is practically radiating off him. I reached out to him first, yet here he is, trapped in his own head, feeling pathetic for his inability to speak. He's terrified. He thinks if he keeps this up, I'll reach my breaking point and finally decide to walk away. I lower my glass, the wine untouched. The pause is deliberate, forcing him to acknowledge the space between us. I need to know what he's thinking. I won't let this dinner end in another night of cold, unspoken resentment. He lowers his head further, hiding behind a curtain of dark hair as if he could disappear into the table. I let out a soft sigh. It's a sound of exhaustion, but also of a strange, budding patience. I set my glass down with a firm click. I absolutely needed this chance to discuss something important with him today. He finally looks up, his expression guarded. He asks me what it is, his voice tight with anticipation. He swallows hard, his throat moving convulsively. The fear in his eyes is unmistakable now. He's convinced I'm about to ask for a divorce, or at the very least, tell him I'm leaving the estate. I call out to him softly, trying to bridge the gap. He looks like a man facing a firing squad. I ask him plainly if he's uncomfortable. I want to clear the air before we dive into business. He stammers, unable to find the right words, caught between his duty as a duke and his feelings as a man. I remind him that we were forced into this marriage by the emperor's whim. If he can't stand me, I can understand that. He jolts upright, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. He desperately wants me to know that isn't the case. He admits his actions might have suggested he hated me, but he's struggling to explain the truth. His heart is racing, his chest tight. He tells me it was actually the exact opposite of being unsatisfied. I stare at him, blinking in surprise. The blush creeping up his neck is far more honest than his words have ever been. I can't help but smile. I ask him if that means I'm not so displeasing to him after all. He clenches his jaw, his face turning a deeper shade of crimson. The stoic commander is completely undone. He gives a small, stiff nod. It's the most vulnerable I've ever seen him, and my heart skips a beat. In this moment, I find him incredibly cute. It's a dangerous thought, one that threatens to soften my resolve. I laugh softly, the tension finally breaking. It's a relief to know that we aren't enemies in this house, but we have work to do. I clear my throat and shift the focus back to the reason for this dinner. We need to talk about the arms trade. It's the lifeblood of this duchy, and currently, its greatest weakness. Carlex listens intently as I bring up the report from Heinley. He's back in his element now, the professional duke. He knows I want to stop trading with Count Nosto and find a new route that doesn't involve being exploited. He agrees without hesitation. He's wanted to cut ties with that man for years, but the political cost was too high. His fist clenches on the table. Count Nosto is a leech, and Carlex has had enough of his games. The Count has been toying with the lives of commoners and knights alike, treating human lives like disposable currency. Carlex is a swordmaster of the highest order, a man of immense power and prestige. Yet, for the sake of his people's survival, he's been forced to bow his head to those far less honorable than himself. I look at him, seeing the weight of his responsibility. I ask him if he has a solution, knowing I already have one. The answer is simple. If the East has no other honest merchants, we just have to look outside of the East. I propose we trade with the fleet of Count Riarte, my father, the man I haven't spoken to in years. Carlex is stunned. He knows the history between me and my family is complicated, to say the least. I tell him it's okay. I'm prepared to face the ghosts of my past if it means securing our future. I'll have to face him eventually. He's family, and I can't treat him like an enemy forever, even if it hurts. In my past life, I spent so many nights with a pen in my hand, staring at blank parchment. I tried to send several letters home, desperate for a connection, for a sign that I still mattered to them. But every time I thought about the pain they caused me, the words would dry up in my throat. I would crumple the paper, the ink staining my fingers like a physical mark of my rejection. I remember the time I was a child, visiting the capital for the first time. The world seemed so bright and full of promise then. My father laughed, telling me how excited I was. He seemed so warm, so different from the man he became. I was so happy he granted my wish. I dreamed of the day I would finally debut in high society. He promised to find me the best sponsor. He patted my head, and I felt like the most important girl in the world. We shared treats and laughter, the simple joys of a family that seemed unbreakable. I watched him work, fascinated by the way he navigated the world of trade and politics. There were moments of quiet observation where I felt like I was learning the secrets of his success. The scent of fresh hydrangeas always reminds me of those days. They were my favorite. Back then, I had no reason to doubt his love. I was his daughter, his pride and joy. I was certain that no matter what happened, my family would always be my sanctuary. But a few years later, everything changed. The sun set on my childhood, and the shadows moved in. An order came from the emperor, a decree that would seal my fate and bind me to a man I didn't know. My father was devastated. He clutched his head in his hands, crying out that this was impossible. He didn't explain why. He just said he needed to go to the palace immediately to fix this. I watched him run out the door, his footsteps echoing like a warning I didn't yet understand. That was the beginning of the end, the day the warmth in our home began to freeze over. At least, that was before the true betrayal happened, before the mirror of my life was shattered beyond repair. I can still hear the desperation in my father's voice, a sound that would eventually shatter my entire world. He was a man reduced to begging, pleading for a mercy that was never meant to come. The emperor sat there with a cold, terrifying indifference. To him, a marriage was a transaction, and my father's hesitation was an insult he wouldn't tolerate. My father tried to protect Natasha, citing her talent and her place in the magic tower as reasons to keep her close, to keep her safe. For a moment, it seemed like the tyrant might actually listen. My father's face lit up with a flicker of hope, thinking he'd saved his favorite daughter. But the emperor's cruelty was always a step ahead. He knew exactly how to twist the knife, finding a way to get what he wanted while still demanding a sacrifice. He reminded my father that he had 2 daughters, not just one. And in that second, my fate was sealed by a simple, brutal calculation. I stood in that room, the air thick with a silence that felt like a death sentence. I already knew what was coming before the words even left his mouth. He was going to send me away, to the Duchy of Talisdo, to a place everyone whispered about with fear and pity. I was terrified. I begged him not to do it, to not throw me to a man I had never met, in a land that felt like the edge of the world. My father couldn't even look me in the eye. He buried his face in his hands, asking me to understand his impossible position. But all I saw was the betrayal. He was choosing Natasha. He was sacrificing me to save her. And the realization was a wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. Was it because I had no magic? Because I was worth nothing to the family's legacy? Natasha stood there, silent and shadowed, as my life was traded away. He tried to deny it, tried to make it sound like it wasn't a choice between us, but the truth was written in every line of his face. I gripped my dress so hard my knuckles turned white. The question burned in my throat, desperate and raw. Why wasn't he protecting me? Why was I the one who was always easy to give up? I ran from that room, the sound of my own heartbeat drowning out his calls. I wanted to disappear before the weight of his decision crushed me entirely. That night, I cried until there were no tears left. I convinced myself that my father simply loved her more and that I was an afterthought in my own home. Back then, I couldn't see past my own pain. I couldn't understand why he would do something so heartless. It wasn't until I truly understood the power of the emperor that I realized the truth. He wasn't just a ruler, he was a monster. My father wasn't just neglectful, he was paralyzed by fear. He was a coward who couldn't defy an order, even if it meant losing his child. I still resent him, but now I see the chains he was wearing. That's why things have to be different this time. I won't be a pawn in someone else's game anymore. I'm taking control of my own moves. I've already reached out to the House of Riarte. We need allies, and we need them now, before the Emperor realizes what we're planning. Khalid is cautious, and for good reason. We have to meet them in secret, far from the prying eyes of the capital's spies. The Viscountcy of Patro is our best bet. It's remote, forgotten by the court, and perfect for a meeting that could change everything. Khalid watches me, his gaze intense. He's worried that a sudden trip to such a far-off place will raise suspicions we can't afford. For a second, I wonder if he's trying to bench me again. Is he going to tell me to stay behind where it's safe while he does the real work? I won't allow it. I have to be there. This is my plan, my future, and I need him to understand that I'm not just a guest in this house. He softens, a hint of a blush creeping onto his face. He isn't trying to control me. He's just trying to find a way to make it work. What if we call it a patrol trip? It's a standard duty for territory owners, a perfect cover for our movements across the East. A patrol trip is meant to bring comfort to the people, to show them that their lords haven't forgotten them in the fields. It's a role where the wife is just as important as the duke. It's about presence, about showing a united front to the commoners. In my previous life, the idea of a patrol trip never even crossed my mind. I was never acknowledged as the mistress of this house, so I was never expected to lead. But now, Khalid is the one suggesting it. He's the one opening the door for me to step into my role properly. Even if it's just to help my plan succeed, the fact that he wants to solve this together means more than he knows. I hesitate, my hand hovering over my tea. Should I thank him? Or would that break the fragile professional distance we've built? He's staring at me with that heavy, unreadable expression. There's something he's holding back, something he's afraid to say. He starts to speak, his voice low and serious. He wants me to understand the reality of where we are going. There's something about the East that I need to know, something that goes beyond politics and power struggles. He tells me the East is poor, not just struggling, but desperately, heartbreakingly destitute. I tell him I know. I've seen the reports, I've heard the stories. I'm not as sheltered as he thinks I am. His fist clenches on the table. He's frustrated, his protective instincts clashing with the necessity of our mission. He looks away, his jaw tight. He's seen the worst of this land, and he clearly doesn't want that darkness to touch me. I sit there in my fine dress, surrounded by flowers and luxury, and I realize how I must look to him, like a piece of porcelain that would shatter at the first sign of trouble. He insists it's worse than I can imagine. He's trying to warn me, or perhaps he's trying to give me one last chance to back out. He still sees me as a decoration, a beautiful, fragile thing that belongs in a castle, not in the mud and the grit of a suffering territory. He tells me I don't need to concern myself with the ugliness of the world. He wants me to stay behind, safe and untouched. In the past, that might have been true. I was a girl who hid from the world because I was told I had no place in it. But I've changed. I've lived through the worst already. I am not the person he thinks I am, and I won't be coddled into insignificance. I won't run away. No matter how poor the East is or how difficult the journey becomes, I am staying by his side. He looks at me, surprised by the steel in my voice. He's used to people needing his protection, not offering their partnership. He asks how I can be so sure. How can I be so certain that I won't break when things get hard? Because I want him to believe in me, not just as a lady to be guarded, but as a woman who can stand on her own. I am his wife. That title has to mean more than just a contract or a social obligation. It has to mean we face the world together. He has no choice but to believe me. I can see the shift in his eyes, the slow realization that he's found something far more powerful than a fragile doll. Later that night, the stars are out, but there's no peace to be found. The weight of our secrets hangs heavy in the air. Khalid is out there, pushing himself to the limit. He fights with a desperation that borders on obsession, as if he's trying to outrun his own memories. He's covered in sweat, his breathing ragged. He's a man who carries the world on his shoulders, and he's terrified of failing. He stops, his sword trembling in his hand. The doubt is eating at him. Was he wrong to agree to let me go? He looks up at the sky, his heart full of a quiet, aching hope. He just wanted me to be happy, to be safe from the pain he knows all too well. He remembers the sound of sobbing, the sight of a woman broken by a life she couldn't escape. He was just a boy then, watching from the doorway as his world fell apart. He saw the light fade from her eyes, the way the world simply moved on while she was destroyed by the shadows of the East. The grief was everywhere, a suffocating presence that he never truly managed to leave behind. He stood at that coffin and made a silent promise. He would protect those he loved, no matter the cost. He doesn't want me to be another memory of loss. He wants me to be the one who finally stays. The stars over the duchy seem colder tonight, as if reflecting the growing distance between what I thought I knew and the truth standing right in front of me. Karlik sits alone in the silence of his study, the weight of the upcoming patrol trip pressing down on him. He looks at the maps of the eastern lands, places like Torkum and Petro. They are too familiar to him, dusty, dry, and unforgiving. He never wanted Amber to see the East in such a state of ruin. He wanted to shield her from the harsh reality of his responsibilities. But despite his reservations, a new desire is taking root. He wants to help her in any way he can. He finds himself at her bedside, watching her sleep in the soft blue glow of the moonlight. He reaches out, his fingers hovering just inches from her hair, but he hesitates. He looks at his own hand, seeing only the calluses and scars of a man built for war. In his eyes, he is a creature of violence, out of place in such a quiet, delicate moment. He fears that Amber is so fragile that even his lightest touch might leave a mark. She reminds him of someone else from his past, a ghost who was broken by the world he inhabits. He resolves to protect her, to ensure she never suffers the same fate as that person he lost. A sudden sound draws his attention back to the desk. He notices a box left partially open. Inside lies a message, sealed and waiting to be discovered. He scans the parchment. It's a report from the research team thanking him for the progress made on the new wheat strains. But as he reads further, he sees Amber's name mentioned with deep respect. They credit her with controlling the Rodan poison. The letter speaks of her brilliance and her willingness to provide whatever resources were needed. Karlik touches the research materials, recognizing her handwriting immediately. It's elegant, precise, and full of hidden strength. He realizes with a jolt that while he was busy trying to shield her, she was already out there, saving his people. He remembers the way she looked at him, pleading with him not to go alone. She had been so certain, claiming she could solve the food shortage that has plagued the East for years. He had seen her kindness before, but he hadn't understood its depth until this moment. She had promised not to run away, no matter how dire the situation became. She was more of a duchess than he ever gave her credit for. His heart thumps against his ribs, a steady, rhythmic reminder that his feelings are shifting in ways he can't control. He leaves her room quietly, the click of the door echoing in the hallway. The realization hits him hard. He has been incredibly biased against her from the very start. He trudges down the corridor, his boots heavy on the carpet, as he processes this new reality. He had judged her based on his own expectations, projecting his fears onto a woman he barely knew. He failed to see her for who she truly is, blinded by the image of the wife he thought he was forced to marry. He clenches his fist, a silent vow forming in the darkness of the hall. This patrol trip will be the ultimate test. He needs to see if this change in her is real or just another layer of a complex game. If she remains the same even after facing the horrors of the East, then he will have to reevaluate everything he believes about their marriage. The morning sun brings a different energy to the castle, bright and deceptively calm. Amber sits down for breakfast, her mind already racing with the logistics of the journey. She instructs her maid, Yenya, to seek help from the knights if any issues arise while she's away. She mentions Sir Bertrand, a man she believes has a genuine desire to protect the people. She is still suspicious of him, but she's noticed he treats Bella like an enemy, which makes him a potential ally. Yenya looks confused, her brow furrowed as she considers her mistress's words. She asks the one question Amber hadn't fully considered: who will be her personal guard during the trip? Yenya points out that the elite soldiers haven't returned from the monster raid yet. The other maids move about the room, their presence a constant reminder of the many eyes watching Amber's every move. Genia hums in thought, trying to find a solution that will keep her mistress safe. Roxy enters with a stack of documents, her expression neutral as she hands them over. Suddenly, Genia gasps, her eyes lighting up with a mischievous idea. She suggests that if the Duke himself becomes her guard, there wouldn't be any problem at all. The young maid giggles, her imagination running wild with the romantic possibilities. Amber immediately brushes the idea aside, laughing at the sheer absurdity of it. She tells Genia not to be ridiculous. The idea of Carlix serving as her knight is beyond her wildest dreams. Genia insists that since he's her husband, it's perfectly reasonable for him to step up and protect his wife. Amber's smile falters for a moment, a bead of sweat tracing her temple. She points out that such romantic gestures are only for couples who actually have a good relationship. In their society, a high-ranking noble acting as a knight for his wife is often seen as a fool. She can already hear the whispers and the mocking laughter of the court if such a thing were to happen. She imagines Carlix's face, glowing with an uncharacteristic blush, and she grits her teeth at the thought. She shakes her head vigorously, trying to dispel the mental image of a devoted, chivalrous Carlix. Deep down, she knows the truth. Carlix would never volunteer for something he would find so embarrassing. The room falls quiet as Amber sinks back into her thoughts, the weight of her loveless marriage settling over her once more. Genia, sensing the shift in mood, quickly excuses herself to finish her preparations for the trip. Roxy remains, asking if there are any issues with the documents she provided. Amber looks them over, noting that Roxy has done her job exceptionally well, as always. As Roxy turns to leave, Amber remembers something important she had tucked away. She calls Roxy back, her voice soft but commanding. She slides a small, beautifully wrapped item across the desk toward the maid. She explains that it's a gift, a small gesture of appreciation for Roxy's hard work. Roxy looks stunned, her eyes wide as she stares at the present. She never expected such kindness. Amber reaches out and gently takes Roxy's hand, ignoring the girl's momentary hesitation. She tells her it will match her perfectly, specifically noting the ornament matches the color of Roxy's eyes. Roxy's hand trembles slightly in Amber's grasp. This simple act of recognition is more than she's ever received. Amber watches her closely, wondering if this small bridge will be enough to change the heart of a maid who has always been so cold. Something is off. I can see it in her eyes, the way she flinches when I get too close. She snatches the tray away before I can even process what I've seen. The fear in this house is palpable, and it isn't just coming from me. She won't even look at me. It's as if my very presence is a threat she wasn't prepared for today. I want to call her back, to ask what's really going on, but she's gone before the words can leave my lips. Dinner is announced, a formal affair that usually feels more like a chore than a meal, but the news is always the same. The Duke is busy, the Duke will be late. It's a familiar pattern of avoidance that I know all too well. I dismiss her with a nod, playing the part of the patient wife while my mind races with questions. Is he truly that busy, or is the weight of our new reality simply too much for him to face? Night falls over the estate, and with it comes a silence that feels heavier than the darkness itself. I try to lose myself in my books, but the words blur together. Every creak of the floorboards makes my heart skip a beat. A yawn escapes me. Fatigue is finally starting to win the battle against my anxiety, but sleep feels like a luxury I can't quite afford when things are this unsettled between us. I remember the coldness of his voice, telling me not to feel burdened. He thinks he's being kind by staying away, but it feels like a different kind of rejection. Wait, I'm overthinking again. I need to clear my head before I completely lose my mind. I catch myself thinking of him, of the rare moments when the armor cracks and I see the man beneath the title. Why does it bother me so much? We had an understanding, yet here I am, restless and searching for a connection that might not even exist. I realized too late that I'm only wearing a thin slip. I didn't expect anyone to come in, let alone him. Then the sound of the door, a heavy thud that echoes through the room. Carlix? My breath hitches. I wasn't prepared for this confrontation, not while I'm this vulnerable. He freezes, his eyes wide as he takes me in. "Don't move," he says, his voice a low growl that sends shivers down my spine. I squeeze my eyes shut, my face burning with embarrassment. Why did I have to blow out the candles now? I try to offer a weak smile, a desperate attempt to diffuse the suffocating tension in the air. I hear his footsteps, slow, deliberate. He's coming closer, and I can't look away. The heat radiating from him is intense. My heart is pounding against my ribs, loud enough that I'm sure he can hear it. He stands before me, unyielding and powerful. The man who has been avoiding me is now right here, and the space between us is electric. My gaze lingers on the rise and fall of his chest. The silence is no longer empty. It's filled with everything we aren't saying. Every beat of my heart feels like a drum. I can see the pulse in his neck, the slight sheen of sweat on his skin. I turn my head, my face flushed. Where am I even supposed to look? Everything feels too intimate, too real. The tension is a living thing between us. I can feel him watching me, his gaze heavy with an emotion I can't quite name. I pull my robe tighter, trying to shield myself from the intensity of the moment. He swallows hard, his jaw tight. It's as if he's fighting his own battle right now. I'm frozen, caught in the gravity of his presence. The world outside this room has completely ceased to exist. I finally find my voice, though it's barely a whisper. I tell him he's early, a meaningless observation to break the spell. His eyes search mine, blue and deep as the midnight sky. There's a softness there that I haven't seen before. He looks almost flustered. The formidable Duke is struggling for words, and the sight of it makes my heart ache. He explains he finished his preparations early. It's an excuse, and we both know it. He clenches his fist, his knuckles white. He's holding back, and I find myself wondering what would happen if he didn't. "I didn't want to avoid you," he says. The confession hits me harder than any physical blow. I turn away, my heart racing. I suggest we should sleep, my voice trembling with the weight of the moment. But his gaze follows me, relentless. I feel like I need to hide, to find somewhere safe from the way he's looking at me tonight. He agrees, his voice low and raspy. The simple words feel like a promise I'm not sure I'm ready for. We stand there, the bed between us like a vast, uncharted territory. The memory of our promise resurfaces. We said we'd share this bed, but the reality of it is far more daunting than the idea ever was. Then he turns away. "I'll take the sofa," he says. The sudden distance feels cold, a sharp contrast to the heat of moments ago. I'm left standing there, confused and more than a little hurt. Why does he keep pulling away just when things start to feel real? I climb into bed alone, the sheets feeling cold and empty. The silence of the room is deafening. I pull the covers up, trying to force myself to sleep, but my mind is a whirlwind of what-ifs. The night owls hoot outside, a lonely sound that mirrors the restlessness in my soul. I can't do this. I can't just lie here while he's right there, just out of reach. I decide I need something, a drink, anything to numb the buzzing in my head so I can finally rest. I sit up, startled to find him sitting there too. He asks where I'm going this late, his voice cutting through the dark. I stammer an excuse about the kitchen. He's already on his feet, his movements fluid and cat-like. "Let's go together," he insists. "It's too late for you to be wandering the castle alone." I look at him, really look at him. This isn't the cold, distant man I remember from before. I think back to the stories, to the way Carlix used to be, a man of iron and ice, forged in the fires of conflict. He used to be so possessive, so demanding. "Don't go anywhere," he would say, as if I were a prisoner in my own home. But now, when he calls me my lady, it sounds less like a command and more like a prayer. I hesitate, the weight of the past clashing with the man standing in front of me. I change my mind, deciding it's better to just go back to sleep. The emotional whiplash is getting to be too much. I lie back down, my mind fixated on the transformation. How could a man so cold-blooded become this? Was it the war? Did seeing so much death make him realize the value of the life he has here? They say war changes a person. It breaks them down and builds them back up into something unrecognizable. If that's true, then who is the man sleeping on my sofa? And what does he want from me? Morning arrives with a crisp blue sky, a fresh start that I desperately need after a night of no sleep. I still haven't found the answers I was looking for. Everything feels like it's shifting beneath my feet. I prepare for the day's patrol, trying to focus on my duties instead of my heart. My maid mentions the guard chosen for the patrol. I tell her it doesn't matter, as long as they're capable. But when I step outside, something is wrong. The usual knights aren't there waiting for me. Are they late? Or has there been a change in plans that I wasn't informed about? I hear the whinny of a horse. Someone is approaching, and the sound of it makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I turn around, my eyes widening as the rider comes into view. It's him, dressed in full regalia, looking every bit the commander he was born to be. He looks down at me, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. The Duke himself is my guard today? Carlix? My heart does that familiar, frantic dance. Just when I thought I could catch my breath, he pulls me right back in. He arrives with the heavy thud of a man who finally realizes what he's about to lose. For years, I was little more than a ghost in his halls, a wife in name only. But today, something in the air has shifted. He stands before me, stiff and unyielding, yet there's a new intensity in his gaze that I can't quite decipher. He hesitates for a fleeting second, his hand hovering in the space between us, as if he's afraid I'll pull away. He reaches out for my hand, a gesture that feels less like a simple escort and more like a plea for a second chance he hasn't yet earned. My mind is racing, searching for the catch. This man has spent our entire marriage looking past me, so why now? Is he really going to play the part of the devoted husband in front of everyone, or is there something deeper at play? When our skin finally meets, the contact is electric, a jolt of warmth that I wasn't prepared for. He turns to lead the way, but his grip is firm, refusing to let the distance between us grow even an inch. I can hear my own pulse drumming in my ears, a frantic rhythm that betrays how much this simple touch still affects me. I follow him, my head bowed, trying to reconcile this protective man with the cold Duke I thought I knew. We walk in a silence that isn't quite empty. It's filled with the ghosts of every time he turned his back on me before. Every step we take together feels like we're walking toward a future I'm not sure I'm brave enough to inhabit. His hand squeezes mine, a silent reassurance that sends a fresh wave of confusion through my heart. His hand is so warm, a comfort I've spent a lifetime craving and a long time learning to live without. He guides me toward the carriage door, his voice low as he encourages me to step inside. I pause, caught in the gravity of his presence, wondering if this is all just an elaborate dream. With a strength that is as effortless as it is startling, he lifts me, ensuring I don't have to struggle with my heavy skirts. It's a gentle gesture, handled with a care that feels completely alien coming from him. I find myself trapped in the intensity of his eyes, seeing a flicker of something that looks dangerously like regret. I have to remind myself that he can let go now. We've reached the carriage and the performance should be over. I settle into the plush seat with a soft sigh, my heart still hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. But then he says something that makes the very air in the carriage feel thin and cold. He's not just seeing me off. He intends to accompany me into the dangerous, unpredictable territory of the East. I try to find the logic in it, searching for any practical, military reason for his sudden desire to be my shadow. He declares his intention to be my personal bard with a finality that leaves absolutely no room for me to refuse. I'm stunned. This wasn't the plan. Our lives have always been parallel lines, never meant to intersect like this. He simply nods, his gaze unwavering and certain, as if my shock is the only thing he didn't prepare for. I try to brush it off, suggesting he's only stepping in because his more skilled knights are currently occupied, but he cuts through my excuses before I can even finish the thought, his voice dropping an octave. He would have taken up this task regardless of who else was available in the castle. The Duke, my husband, acting as my personal bodyguard? It feels like the world has turned upside down. He speaks of duty and my safety, but there's a raw honesty in his expression that I can't quite name. The whispers of the staff start to fill the courtyard, their surprise mirroring the storm inside my own chest. He asks me to entrust myself to him, to place my life and my safety entirely in his capable hands. My heart does a traitorous little flip. This kind of devotion is reserved for couples who actually love each other, isn't it? I steal a glance at him, trying to find the man I used to know behind this new, attentive facade. Behind us, the maids are already whispering, weaving a romantic fairy tale out of a situation that feels more like a trial. I can feel the heat rising in my cheeks, a blush I can't hide no matter how much I try to look away. He stands tall, a pillar of strength, ready to lead the way into the unknown reaches of the East. He'll lead the escort himself, ensuring that every mile of this journey is covered under his watchful eye. He mounts his horse with a fluid grace, his cape fluttering like a banner of war, or perhaps protection. I watch him from the window, a tight knot of anxiety and a tiny forbidden spark of hope coiling in my chest. I remember the woman I was in my past life, the one who would have given anything for even a shred of his respect. Now that he's offering it so freely, along with his protection, I find that I don't know how to accept it. He gives the order to set off, his voice carrying across the grounds with an authority that usually commands armies. Is this really care? Or is it just another way for him to keep me under his control now that I've tried to pull away? The carriage begins to rumble, the steady rhythm of the wheels marking the beginning of a journey I never expected to take. I tell myself it can't be real. People don't change this much, this fast. It has to be a trick of the light. My hands clench in my lap, a physical manifestation of the internal war I'm fighting against my own heart. If I let him in again, if I choose to trust this version of him that seems so different from the man who broke me, I'm just opening the door to be destroyed all over again, and I don't think I'll survive it a second time. We leave the castle gates behind, the open road stretching out before us like a blank page in a book I'm afraid to read. I stare out the window, watching the only home I've known fade away, replaced by a terrifying, beautiful uncertainty. But while we move toward the east, a different kind of storm is brewing back at the heart of the estate. The news of our departure reaches ears that were never meant to hear of our newfound closeness. There are those who see this journey not as a new beginning for a marriage, but as a calculated move to be countered. To her, I am still just the girl forced into a marriage that was always destined to be a cold, empty arrangement. She sees his protection as a temporary whim, a fleeting interest that will surely burn out as soon as the novelty wears off. A cold, mocking laughter echoes in the shadows of the drawing room, dripping with a malice that hasn't faded with time. She thinks I'm a sly fox, playing a game of manipulation to keep the Duke's favor. The Duchess has no intention of letting me win. She's waiting for the moment his love turns cold, and she'll make sure it happens soon. We arrive at the mansion of Baron Torquem just as the sun begins to bleed into the horizon. The atmosphere is heavy, a silent warning that this visit won't be as simple as a diplomatic stop. The carriage comes to a halt, the rumble of the wheels replaced by a sudden, expectant silence. The Baron is already there, practically sprinting down the steps to greet us. His desperation is palpable, masked by a thin veil of noble etiquette. He looks at Carlix with an intensity that borders on worship, barely acknowledging my presence beside the Duke. His voice is thick with rehearsed humility, claiming he doesn't know how to repay the kindness of such a high-profile visit. But his eyes, they tell a different story. There's a calculation behind his smile that makes my skin crawl. He turns his gaze toward me, asking if I'm the new wife, as if I'm a piece of furniture he's just noticed in the room. I nod politely, keeping my expression neutral. I've dealt with men like him before. They only value power, and right now, he sees all the power resting with Carlix. I offer a small, practiced smile, playing the role of the dutiful Duchess while I scan for any sign of betrayal. The Baron immediately pivots back to the Duke, his dismissal of me so sharp it's almost comical. He treats Carlix like a god and me like a commoner. He urges us inside, promising a feast to celebrate our arrival, his hospitality feeling more like an ambush. There's only one logical explanation for this behavior. He's already made his choice. He's on Bella's side, and I'm the target. As we enter, he begins making excuses for his daughter, painting her as a grieving girl struggling to manage the house since her mother passed. He claims she's put in every effort to ensure our stay is comfortable, a narrative he's clearly very eager for us to believe. The staff is lined up in a perfect, rigid row. Everything is staged, a carefully constructed performance designed to impress the Duke. Among them stands a young woman, her head bowed in a show of extreme modesty. It's too perfect, too rehearsed. She steps forward with a quiet grace, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the high-ceilinged hall. She introduces herself as Lydia Torcum. Up close, her beauty is undeniable, but there's a coldness beneath the sparkle of her eyes. Carlix acknowledges her with a curt nod. He's uninterested in the pageantry, his focus remaining on the business at hand. Lydia's smile widens, a flicker of something, ambition perhaps, crossing her face as she looks at him. I catch her looking at me for a split second, and the mask slips. It wasn't a look of respect, it was an assessment. She's sizing up her competition. She offers to prepare the feast herself, continuing the charade of the devoted daughter while her father watches with a sickening grin. Carlix agrees to see them shortly, his tone dismissive. He just wants to get through this visit, but I know better. I tell my maid, Genia, to go on ahead. I need a moment to process the sheer amount of deceit in this room. Lydia watches us walk away, her expression settling into something unreadable and dangerous. Elsewhere in the mansion, the real conversation begins over a quiet cup of tea. The Baron drops the act of the humble host. He leans in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper as he questions his daughter. He reminds her of the prize. If she plays her cards right, she won't just be a Baron's daughter anymore. She'll have Bella's favor and a place at the top. He pulls out a letter, the parchment rustling in the quiet room. It's the blueprint for my destruction, sent directly from Mistress Bella. The words on the page are cruel and cynical. They believe that a man's loyalty is a fragile thing, easily broken by a new face and a soft touch. Bella's philosophy is simple. Any woman can be replaced if the man is sufficiently distracted. She's counting on Carlix's base instincts to do the work for her. The Baron grins, his face twisting with greed. He sees his daughter as a tool, a way to climb the social ladder at my expense. He tells Lydia that with her beauty, the task will be easy. He has no doubt she can sway the Duke. Lydia sits there, absorbing his words. She doesn't look like a victim of her father's ambition. She looks like a willing participant. She offers a dark, knowing smile. The modest girl from the hallway is gone, replaced by someone who knows exactly how to get what she wants. She tells her father to leave it to her. She's ready to play her part in Bella's game. Later that evening, I walk down the long, silent corridors toward the dining hall, the click of my heels the only sound. I see Carlix ahead of me, his silhouette tall and imposing against the flickering candlelight. I call out to him, and for a moment, the weight of the Baron's schemes feels far away. He turns, and my heart does that annoying, traitorous skip again. Why does he have to look at me like that, with that quiet, steady intensity? I try to shake the feeling off. I can't afford to be flustered, not when I'm surrounded by enemies, but his presence is overwhelming. He asks if I rested well, his voice soft. It's a simple question, but it feels intimate in the empty hallway. He smiles, a genuine expression that reaches his eyes, and the world seems to brighten for a second. It's a relief and a danger all at once. I turn away quickly, my face heating up. I need to keep a cool head. I urge him to hurry, using the excuse that everyone is waiting. I just need to get out of this hallway and back into the safety of a crowd. Carlix watches me go, a look of mild confusion on his face. He has no idea the effect he has on me, or the storm that's brewing. The dining room is grand, but the air inside is stale and tense. We take our seats, the Baron watching us like a hawk. I sit there, staring at my hands, trying to settle my racing heart. Why am I acting like a schoolgirl? I have a war to win. I can feel him glancing at me from across the table. Every small movement feels magnified in this silence. I look up and catch his stare. It's heavy, laden with things unsaid. I quickly look away, my pulse hammering in my ears. The Baron interrupts the moment, pointing out that my seat is over here and Carlix is at the head. He's already trying to create distance between us. I have to get it together. These people are on Bella's side, and they are waiting for me to slip up. I can't let my guard down for a second. The first course is served, a cream soup with salmon. It looks exquisite, but I find it hard to swallow. I note that fish dishes in the East require a lot of effort. It's a hollow observation, something to fill the suffocating quiet. The Baron beams, saying his daughter will be happy to hear I appreciate the effort. He's laying the groundwork, making sure Lydia is the hero of the evening. A sudden thud at the door breaks the tension. The Baron calls out for Lydia to join us, his voice filled with a fake, jovial warmth. She enters the room with a deep bow, her voice a soft whisper of an apology for being late. But when she stands, she's transformed. She's no longer the modest daughter in the simple dress. She's wearing a gown that is meant to be noticed. I stare at her, my breath hitching. This is the move. This is the distraction they were talking about. The Baron tells her it's all right, urging her to sit down. He's looking at her with such pride, as if she's already won. She looks at the table, her eyes scanning the seating arrangement with a deliberate, slow precision. She pauses, her hand sliding across the table toward the empty chair next to Carlix. The disrespect is blatant, a direct challenge to my position. She looks up, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light under the soft glow of the candles. "How could I dare?" she purrs. "But could I sit next to the Duke?" The trap is sprung. The audacity of some people never ceases to amaze me. Lydia sits there, draped in a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, asking to take the seat right next to my husband. I can feel her gaze lingering, testing me, waiting for a flicker of jealousy or a slip in my composure. The room is small, the table intimate, and the trap is set so poorly it's almost insulting. She expects a scene, a fight, or perhaps a show of weakness she can exploit later, but I won't give her the satisfaction. I simply gesture for her to sit, my voice as cool as the evening air. Her disappointment is palpable. She wanted a rival, but all she found was a woman who knows her own worth. The servants begin to move, bringing out the specialty wine of the region, trying to soften the edge of the tension. Lydia is quick to seize the moment, her every movement calculated to draw Carlix's attention. He remains a statue, his face a mask of indifference that even I find hard to read sometimes. She offers to pour his glass, leaning in just a bit too far, her intentions written in the tilt of her head. The deep red liquid fills the glass, a stark contrast to the pale, uncomfortable silence stretching across the table. She continues her performance, laughing at jokes that haven't been told, trying to create an intimacy that doesn't exist. Every glance she steals toward him is met with nothing but cold, hard reality. I watch her closely, noting the desperation beginning to fray the edges of her perfect facade. She thinks she understands what she's doing, but she has no idea who she's dealing with. Her father joins in the charade, his laughter echoing hollowly against the ornate walls. He begins to spin a tale of Lydia's devotion, of how much she has anticipated this very meeting. It's a pathetic display of social climbing, using his own daughter as a rung on the ladder. Lydia feigns modesty, looking down with a practiced blush, playing the part of the devoted admirer to perfection. Then comes the request, a plea for a single compliment, a crumb of validation from the Duke. Carlix hesitates, his silence more cutting than any insult could ever be. The air in the room grows heavy, the weight of his unspoken rejection pressing down on everyone present. Her father tries to fill the void, his voice trembling slightly as he realizes his gamble might be failing. He doubles down, claiming she turned away countless marriage offers just for the chance to see the Duke again. Lydia plays along, her eyes shimmering with a false sense of duty and affection. I sit back, sipping my tea, wondering just how much further they are willing to humiliate themselves. Suddenly, Lydia shifts gears. She announces she has a special gift for him, something rare. She signals for a servant, her confidence returning as she prepares to unveil her final play. A wooden box is placed on the table with a heavy thud, drawing every eye to its contents. Inside lie two lucuma fruits, vibrant and rare, glowing under the candlelight. Carlex recognizes them immediately. These aren't just simple fruits, they carry a weight of tradition. Lydia explains how difficult they were to obtain, emphasizing the effort she went through to secure them. Her father can't help but chime in, his tone suggestively pointing toward the fruit's true meaning. He recounts the ancient custom of the region, where a man and woman share this fruit to solidify a relationship. He goes as far as to mention its place on a nuptial night, the implication hanging in the air like a foul scent. I feel a sharp pang in my chest. To bring such a symbol to this table in front of me is beyond disrespectful. Lydia begins to slice the fruit, her hands steady, her eyes fixed on Carlix with predatory focus. She slides a piece toward him, a silent invitation to participate in her fantasy. She practically begs him to try it, her voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur. I hold my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I want to believe in him, but the pressure of the moment is suffocating. Carlix stares at the plate, his expression unreadable, the silence in the room deafening. My hands clench under the table. Why am I so nervous? I shouldn't let their petty games get under my skin. I look at him, searching for any sign of what he's thinking, but he remains a closed book. Then he moves. It's not the gesture they were hoping for. With a slow, deliberate motion, he pushes the plate away, rejecting the offering entirely. The sound of the plate sliding across the wood is like a thunderclap in the quiet room. Everyone flinches. The rejection is total, absolute, and publicly humiliating for Lydia. Carlix's voice is low and dangerous when he finally speaks, asking if they have anything else to talk about. Lydia's father gulps, his face draining of color as he realizes he has crossed a line he cannot uncross. He tries to pivot, his desperation reaching a fever pitch as he turns his attention to me. He begins to speak of the differences between the West and the East, his words laced with thinly veiled contempt. He smirks, suggesting that I haven't adapted well to their customs, that I am somehow lacking. He claims the Duke hasn't been eating well because it's the duty of the woman of the manor to prepare meals. The insult is clear. He is calling me incompetent in my own home, a failure as a wife. He even dares to suggest that Lydia, who grew up here, would take much better care of my husband than I ever could. The table shakes as Carlix slams his fist down, the sound echoing through the manor like a gunshot. He stands, his presence towering over everyone, his eyes burning with a cold, righteous fury. He warns them that if they continue to be rude to his wife, he will not stand idly by. The father stammers, trying to claim he was just worried, but the excuse falls flat in the face of Carlix's wrath. Carlix declares that there is no need for him to stay a moment longer in a place that treats his Duchess with such disdain. He turns to leave, his movements sharp and decisive, leaving the room in a state of absolute shock. The realization hits the father like a physical blow. He was told Carlix didn't care for me, but the reality is the exact opposite. Lydia tries to call out to him, but he doesn't even look back. Her power over this situation has evaporated. He stops near the door, and for a moment, the world seems to stand still. He reaches out his hand, not toward the fruit or the wine, but toward me. He tells me I don't need to stay here any longer either. His voice is different now, softer, yet still firm. My heart skips a beat. The way he looks at me, the way he defended me, it changes everything. I reach out, my fingers trembling as they slide into his grasp. Our hands meet, and the warmth of his touch sends a jolt through my entire being. He squeezes my hand, a silent promise that he is here, that he is mine, and that we are in this together. We walk out together, leaving the bitterness and the schemes behind. For the first time, I feel like we are finally on the same side. The walk back is quiet, the heavy silence of the hallway punctuated only by the rhythmic click and clack of our footsteps against the stone. I can feel the tension radiating off him, a quiet storm brewing beneath that stoic exterior as he suddenly slows his pace. He stops, his shoulders dropping as he offers an apology for the Baron's rudeness, though I know the fault lies elsewhere. To him, every failure in the East is a personal burden he must carry alone. It's a weight that seems to grow heavier with every passing day. I watch him from the side, seeing the cracks in the armor he's worn for so long, and I feel a sudden, sharp pang of sympathy. He looks at me with a plea in his eyes, desperate for me not to come to hate his home just because of one man's greed. There's an expression on his face I've never seen before, vulnerable, almost soft. My own heart gives a small, traitorous thump. I stand there, caught in the gravity of his gaze, wondering what to do with a man who finally seems to be letting me in. Without thinking, my hand moves on its own, reaching toward him as if drawn by an invisible thread. I touch his cheek, a gesture so gentle it feels like a secret shared in the dim light of the corridor. I tell him not to worry about those sorts of things, my voice barely a whisper, yet it seems to echo between us. "I'm fine, Duke," I promise him with a smile, and for the first time in 2 lives, I think I might actually mean it. His face flushes, his pulse visible beneath the skin I'm touching, and for a moment, the entire world seems to stand still. Later, in the isolation of his own room, Carlix collapses onto the bed, the weight of that moment still heavy on his mind. He stares at nothing, his hand instinctively going to the spot on his face where my fingers rested just an hour ago. The image of my smile is burned into his thoughts, haunting him and making his heart jolt with a rhythm he can't control. He's spiraling, questioning his own sanity and wondering what on earth is wrong with him. His heart is drumming against his ribs, a frantic, confusing beat that defies his usual ironclad discipline. With a heavy sigh, he tries to force the feeling down, but the warmth of that touch has already taken root deep inside him. A sudden, heavy stomp in the hallway breaks his concentration, snapping him back to reality. He freezes, his senses sharpening as he listens to the muffled noise coming from outside his door. A knock follows, late at night. His breath hitches as he wonders who could be seeking him out at this hour. He hears the tap-tap of boots and wonders if it could be me returning to him. He swings the door open, the words, "my lady," already forming on his lips with a sense of desperate anticipation. But as he sees the figure standing there, he flinches, his entire body tensing with immediate recognition. The disappointment is sharp and bitter, quickly turning into a cold, mounting irritation at the intruder. Meanwhile, I'm miles away in my own thoughts, sitting in my room with a book I'm far too distracted to read. I can't stop replaying the way he looked at me, his usual coldness replaced by something far more dangerous, genuine warmth. I stare at the pages, but all I see is his face. It's all because Carlix was acting so weirdly that I can't think straight. A heavy sigh escapes me as I realize sleep is a distant hope tonight. My thoughts are far too loud for rest. I need to clear my head. Maybe a walk through the quiet halls will help settle the restlessness in my soul. The castle is a shadow of itself at night, dark and full of secrets I'm not sure I'm ready to uncover just yet. I think back to the honey trap the Baron tried to set. It was clumsy, almost pathetic, but it served its purpose. It made me remember the past. I never expected to feel this sense of déjà vu, this familiar ache of being an outsider in my own marriage. My mind drifts back to the past life, to the balls where the air was thick with whispers and the constant buzz of gossip. Even then, as a duke hated by the emperor, Carlix was a magnet for every pair of eyes in the room. He was always so handsome, so untouchable, a man who gained attention wherever he walked. The women would flock to him, drawn by his prowess on the battlefield and the fierce reputation he commanded. He was practically perfect in every way the world cared about, making him the ultimate target for those looking to marry into the East. I remember the way they looked at me, the glares, the silent challenges from women who wanted to buy his heart for themselves. I used to wonder why they bothered keeping me in check when I felt like I had no place by his side to begin with. I would glance at him, looking for any sign of affection, but there was always a distance between us that I couldn't bridge. In that life, I convinced myself there was nothing going on between us, that we were just two strangers bound by a contract. I walked those halls thinking he was incapable of having affairs, that perhaps he simply preferred the solitude of his own heart. But this time feels different. The Carlix I'm living with now isn't the man I remember from my memories. He's already so different. And if he's changing for me, is there a possibility he's opening his heart to other women this time too? A sharp click echoes through the corridor, snapping me back to the present and stopping me in my tracks. I pull my shawl tighter, my heart hammering against my ribs. Who would be out this late at night? I freeze, my eyes widening as a sudden realization hits me like a physical blow. I peer around the corner, my breath catching as the silhouettes in the dark hallway come into focus. Carlix and Lydia, together in the dead of night, in a secret meeting that feels like a betrayal of everything we've built. For a second, I want to retreat into the shadows, but then I stop. Why do I have to be the one to hide? I squeeze the fabric of my dress, a surge of quiet fury replacing the hurt. I won't be the victim of a secret anymore. I take a step forward, my footfall heavy and deliberate on the cold stone floor, announcing my presence. Carlix jolts, his head snapping toward the sound of my approach, his face a mask of sudden shock. He stares at me, caught in the dim light, the word, my lady, falling from his lips like a confession. I meet his gaze with a coldness that matches the winter air, the time for secrets and hiding, finally at an end.
My lady, why aren't you asleep yet? His voice is calm, but the sight of him standing there with another woman in the dead of night sends a chill through me. Is this the start of the betrayal I always feared? The woman beside him looks away, her face flushed with a guilt she can't quite hide. It's the Baron's daughter, and she has no business being here with my husband. I can feel my heart sink as I look between them. What exactly is going on here? There's a sharp sting in my chest that I wasn't prepared for. Am I actually upset right now? I thought I had guarded my heart against him. No, that can't be it. I'm just taken aback by the sheer audacity of this meeting. It has to be a misunderstanding, right? In my past life, he was as immovable as a rock, completely indifferent to the world. Why is he suddenly meeting women in the shadows now? Everything is changing. I remember how he stormed out of dinner earlier, leaving a wake of tension behind him. I wondered then if he was running towards someone else. I can feel the heat rising in my cheeks, a slow boil of indignation. Why is he staring at her like that? Does she have something I don't? He looks back at me, seemingly confused by my sudden appearance, as if I'm the one out of place in my own home. I tighten my grip on my shawl, trying to steady my breathing and keep the hurt from showing on my face. "Let's talk," he says, finally breaking the heavy silence that settled between us. The woman doesn't wait for a second invitation. She dashes away into the darkness, leaving us alone in the cold hallway. The quiet that follows is deafening, heavy with everything we haven't said to each other since this marriage began. He calls out to me, but I can't even bring myself to look at him yet. The image of them together is burned into my mind. If he has something to say, I'd rather we do it somewhere private. I nod, agreeing to follow him into the room. The sound of the door clicking shut behind us feels final, locking the rest of the world away and leaving us with the truth. I walk into the room,
my footsteps echoing as I wait for the explanation I'm not sure I'm ready to hear. He follows close behind, his presence looming large and suffocatingly near in the small space. "Are you angry?" he asks, his voice low and cautious. I flinch at the directness of it. I turn to face him, forcing a smile that feels brittle. I wonder if he thinks I'm actually jealous of the Baron's daughter. "No, there's nothing for me to be mad about, is there?" My voice sounds higher than usual, betraying my nerves. He begins to explain, claiming she only came to him to report her father's corrupt dealings. I want to believe him, but my heart is still racing. He recounts the moment she approached him in the corridor, asking if he needed anything. I can see the memory of his frown, the irritation he felt at being interrupted in the middle of the night. He told her plainly that he had no need for her and that she should leave immediately. But she persisted, her voice trembling as she begged him not to be so cold and distant. She claimed she had come only for him, a desperate plea that would have moved any other man in the kingdom. But Kurt isn't just any man. I can see the hardness in his expression as he remembers the encounter. He demanded to know what she was really up to, refusing to be swayed by her tears or her beauty. His rejection was icy. He had already made it clear he didn't want her assistance or her company. She wavered, her composure finally crumbling under the weight of his relentless stare. He threatened to deal with her rudeness properly the next day, showing her absolutely no mercy. That was when she finally broke, stammering that she had something important to confess about the Baron. She admitted the truth. Her father had ordered her to seduce him and steal my position as his wife. He looks at me now, his eyes searching mine. "The Baron asked her to steal your position by seducing me," he repeats. "I'm sorry if you were upset, my lady." He actually sounds sincere, which only makes this harder to process. I look away, my heart racing. Why should I feel upset because of her? It shouldn't matter to me. I remind him, and myself, that our marriage is in name only, no matter what relationship he has with other women. It's nothing I can meddle with. He asks again if I'm really not upset. "No," I lie, the word catching in my throat as I stare at the floor. "My lady, look at me." His voice is a command I can't ignore, no matter how much I want to. He leans in, his shadow falling over me as he searches my face for a truth I'm desperately trying to hide. I steal a glance at him, and for a heartbeat, the world seems to stop spinning. There's a softness in his gaze that I've never seen before, a warmth that makes my breath hitch. My heart begins to hammer against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that I'm sure he can hear. Why am I reacting like this? Why is my body betraying my resolve now? "My lady, your face, it's turning red," he observes, his brow furrowing in genuine concern. I jump back, startled and embarrassed. No, that's not it. It's not because my heart is fluttering." He stares at me, completely confused by my sudden outburst and the way I'm avoiding his eyes. "What?" I ask, trying to regain some semblance of dignity while my face is still on fire. Then he reaches the most ridiculous conclusion. He asks if the drink I had at the feast was too strong. He starts planning to adjust tomorrow's schedule, convinced I'm suffering from the effects of alcohol. I can't help it. A small laugh escapes before I can stop it. He's so dense, it's almost endearing. He blinks, his blue eyes wide with bewilderment at my sudden change in mood. I start shaking with laughter, the tension of the last hour finally snapping under the weight of his misunderstanding. "How can you say that with such a serious face?" I manage to choke out between giggles. He looks genuinely worried now, asking if he's made another mistake in his treatment of me. He is so unlike the man I remember from my past. Is this really the same Kurt Karlix I used to know? He just stands there, a massive question mark practically hanging over his head as he watches me laugh. It's just kind of, I start, but the words fail me as I look at him. Funny. I can't stop the smile that spreads across my face, a genuine one this time. Suddenly, it's his turn to blush. His heart seems to skip a beat as he looks at me properly. I try to compose myself, telling him I didn't laugh for any specific reason, just that the moment was unexpected. But the look on his face, it's so tender, so different from the cold man he was before. I tell him it's late and that I should probably head back to my room before anyone sees us. "Can I escort you back to your room?" he asks, his voice sounding a little strained but hopeful. I look at him, seeing the flush on his cheeks and the sincerity in those deep blue eyes. Sure, I say, my heart feeling lighter than it has in a long, long time. Maybe things don't have to be the same as they were before. Lydia's story is far too convenient. She claims her father was the architect behind her every move, but the pieces don't fit. In the past, the Baron was a ghost, never showing the slightest ambition for her daughter to climb this high. Why now? Why so suddenly? I reach for the box on the table, the small click of the latch sounding like a gavel in the quiet room. There is no way I can simply take her word for it, not when I hold the physical proof of a much deeper betrayal in my hands. The morning light should bring clarity, but it only highlights the shadows of the secrets yet to be told. Lydia stands before me, her head bowed in a performance of shame that feels practiced. She swallows hard, the tension in the room thick enough to choke the air out of her lungs. She offers a deep, submissive bow, begging for forgiveness for what she calls her impertinence from the night before. I watch her coolly. I want her to say it. I want her to define exactly what she thinks she's apologizing for. Her eyes are downcast, her face flushed with a mix of genuine fear and the desperate hope that I'll be merciful. She admits she tried to seduce Carlix, but then she claims that last night made her realize how meaningless it all was. She recounts the moment Carlix rejected her, his gaze cold and unwavering as he questioned her true motives. He had made it clear he didn't need her assistance or her presence, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Now she claims she confessed everything to him, pinning the entire plot on her father's greed. She squeezes her hands together, insisting that the Baron is an ignorant man who acted on a baseless, selfish plan. She looks up at me with pleading eyes, begging me to show mercy to a man who would throw her into another man's bed for a title. I maintain a stony silence. Her words are a shield, but I'm looking for the sword hidden behind them. I ask her directly if she really expects me to believe this was all her father's doing, and she flinches as if I'd struck her. She doubles down, her voice trembling as she admits she was caught up in the greed and supported the plan willingly. But there's a fatal flaw in her logic, and I'm about to tear it wide open. If she truly wanted my position, why wait? Why not try to become the Duchess years ago, before I ever stepped foot in the East? She has no answer for that. The suddenness of her ambition points to someone else pulling the strings. I slide a single envelope across the table, watching her eyes widen as she recognizes the parchment. The contents are fascinating, especially the signature at the bottom, a signature that changes everything. Lydia begins to tremble. She stammers that her father claimed to have burned this very letter. She gasps, her hand flying to her mouth as the weight of her mistake finally crashes down on her. I can't help but let a small, sharp grin touch my lips. The trap has snapped shut. I ask her if she recognizes the signature. The B stands for Bella, the woman who has been poisoning Carlix's life from the start. Lydia is cornered. I ask her if it was Duchess Bella who instructed her to bury the truth and take the fall. I've seen that signature too many times to count. It was a symbol of Bella's control, but now it's the weapon I'll use to break it. I lean in, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, as I ask if she was trying to play both sides against each other. The silence in the room is deafening. Lydia looks like she's seen a ghost, her face drained of all color. She finally breaks. The words tumble out of her in a rush of terror and desperation. She collapses to the floor, admitting that every bit of it was ordered by Duchess Bella herself. She cries out that Bella told her the Baron and his daughter would have to take full responsibility if the plan failed. I tell her I'm disgusted by her arrogance, but I'll let it go this once. Only because she was desperate enough to finally tell the truth. However, she needs to understand one thing. Her father is still aligned with the enemy. Her family's future in Torquem depends entirely on how they choose to act from this moment forward. She trudges out of the room, a broken woman who realized too late that she was nothing more than a pawn. The door thuds shut, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The scope of Bella's malice is even wider than I feared. She doesn't see Carlix as a son, she sees him as an obstacle to be managed, manipulated, and ultimately discarded. In the past, everyone thought she was a loving mother, but it was all just a mask to keep him obedient. My maid enters to help me prepare for the day. There is no time to dwell on the past when the future is so uncertain. She warns me that it's freezing outside, wrapping a heavy cloak around my shoulders. A knock at the door pulls my attention away from the mirror. I already know who it is. Carlix stands in the doorway, his presence filling the room with a quiet, grounding strength. I smile and tell him to come in. We have a long day ahead of us, and I'm more than ready. He reminds me that we need to start the patrol soon. The East is waiting, and its people need to see their Duke. I step toward him, adjusting my cloak. I'm not just going as his wife, I'm going as the Duchess who intends to fix what's been broken. Carlix pauses, his gaze lingering on me with an expression I can't quite read. He's worried, though he'd never admit it. He asks if I'll really be okay. He knows better than anyone that the East is a harsh, unforgiving place. He warns me that these patrols are grueling, but I'm not looking for an easy path. I tell him firmly that of course I'll be fine. This is my duty as much as it is his. I close my eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of the responsibility. This isn't just a trip, it's a statement of ownership. Our goals might be different for now, but the East is my home now. I need to understand it from the ground up. I want to see the struggle with my own eyes and experience the reality of the people we rule. He looks at me for a long beat, his resistance finally crumbling in the face of my resolve. He reaches out his hand, a silent invitation to walk this path together. His touch is gentle, a rare moment of tenderness in a world that feels increasingly cold and hostile. The patrol begins smoothly enough. We move through the territory, meeting the people who keep this land alive. We distribute the aid we brought. It's a small amount compared to the need, but the gratitude in their eyes is overwhelming. I talk to the mothers and the children, amazed at their ability to stay positive despite the hardships they face every day. For the first time, I feel like I'm actually changing things, even if it's only one person at a time. But the peace is shattered the moment we reach the house of Viscount Petro. The air changes, smelling of smoke and ruin. The carriage comes to a halt and a sense of dread settles deep in my chest. I step out and my heart stops. Whatever progress we thought we made, it's gone. The nightmare has only just begun. The carriage journey feels longer than usual, the silence inside only amplifying the growing dread in my chest as we venture deeper into the unknown. As I look out the window, the sight that greets me is far worse than any report could have described. The desolation is almost suffocating. The land is scarred and barren, an unforgiving landscape that feels like a forgotten corner of the world. This is the reality of the East that's been hidden from me. I step out into the biting air, the wind carrying the scent of dust and a heavy, lingering desperation that seems to cling to everything it touches. I chose this location for its isolation, thinking it would be a safe rendezvous, but I didn't realize how much that isolation had cost the people living here. It isn't just remote, it's a place completely cut off from the pulse of the kingdom, left to wither away in the shadows of the mountains. Even the Duke seems weighted down by the reality of his territory today, his eyes reflecting a struggle I'm only just beginning to truly grasp. The heavy thud of the door echoes through the hollow manor, announcing our arrival to a household that feels like it's been waiting for a miracle. Viscount Petro stands before us, a shadow of the nobility he once represented. His voice is fragile, worn down by years of carrying a burden too heavy for one man. He bows with a genuine, heart-wrenching gratitude for the supplies we sent, a gesture that makes my heart ache for the simple things they've lacked. His hands tremble as they grip his cane, the hands of a man who has spent every waking moment trying to hold back a tide of ruin. I tell him I'm glad we could help, but the words feel small and inadequate as I look at the decay surrounding us. My gaze drifts toward the window, catching a glimpse of small figures moving in the fading light outside. I ask about the children, wondering why they are still out in the cold at this time of day.
The answer is devastating. They have no one left to watch them, and no homes to return to that aren't filled with the hollow ache of hunger. The heavy silence is suddenly shattered by a frantic sound from the hallway, a desperate interruption that freezes the air. A young girl bursts through the doors, her face a mask of terror and raw grief that stops my heart. She throws herself at my feet, her small hands clutching my dress as if I am the only thing standing between her and a total nightmare. Her plea is simple and haunting. She isn't asking for food or money, she's just begging me to save her mother. The Viscount tries to apologize for her behavior, but I can't look away from the raw pain in her eyes. This isn't something to apologize for. I kneel down immediately, meeting her at her level and taking her hands in mine, letting her know that she is finally being heard. I try to offer a gentle smile, a small comfort in a place that has clearly forgotten what it feels like to be safe or cared for. Her tears spill over as she tells me her mother won't wake up, her voice breaking under a weight no child should ever have to carry. A cold realization washes over me. This isn't just poverty. This is a slow, agonizing death that's claiming the heart of this village. I look toward the Viscount and the Duke, seeing the same grim reflection of this tragedy on their faces. There's no time for a formal supper or polite conversation. We have to go to her home right now. The walk to the girl's home is a journey through a landscape of makeshift tents and hollowed-out lives, illuminated by a cold, uncaring sky. Inside, the woman is barely a person anymore. Her breath comes in shallow, ragged gasps that sound like they could be her last. She's been unconscious for a week, her body finally giving up the fight against a life of constant, severe malnutrition. I learn that she worked herself to the point of total collapse, trying to provide for her children until there was literally nothing left of her to give. The little girl's whimpers in the corner are a constant, agonizing reminder of the stakes we're facing here. I ask the Viscount how many more are suffering like this, terrified of the answer I know is coming. He admits that while my supplies helped, they were only a temporary reprieve from a much deeper, more systemic wound. If we don't find a way to fix the core of the problem, this tragedy will simply repeat the moment the grain we brought runs out. I spring into action, ordering Jenya to bring every medicine we brought with us. We have to start somewhere, and we have to start now. Looking around this camp, I feel a sharp, biting pang of guilt for my own past ignorance and the comfort I once took for granted. I was so proud of being more proactive than in the past, but I hadn't even begun to understand the depth of the crisis my husband has been carrying alone. I stay by the woman's side, while the Duke stands back, his presence a silent, brooding sentinel in the cramped space. He approaches the Viscount, his voice low and urgent, asking what he can do to physically help with the work around the camp. The older man is startled. A duke performing manual labor is unheard of, but Killian isn't interested in status right now. While Jenya and I care for the sick, my husband sheds his noble exterior and gets to work, determined to be more than just a figurehead. He tells the Viscount that anything he can do is fine. He wants to be the strength this territory needs, not just its ruler. He carries the heavy loads himself, his brow furrowed with a mix of physical exhaustion and a deep, simmering shame. This is the side of the East he tried so hard to hide from me, the reality he feared would be the breaking point for our marriage. He looks toward me from across the camp, and for the first time, I see a flicker of genuine fear in his eyes. He's terrified that once I see the full extent of this misery, I'll decide that a life with him in this place isn't worth the cost. He turns back to his work, his movements mechanical, his mind clearly spiraling through a dozen dark scenarios. He wonders if he even has the right to ask me to stay, to bind me to a land that currently offers nothing but struggle and sorrow. Later, as we sit for a meager meal in the Viscount's crumbling manor, the weight of the day hangs heavy over the table. The dining room is vast and empty, an echoing reminder of a glory that has long since faded into dust. I find myself unable to eat, my fingers fidgeting with the edge of the plate as my mind remains with the families outside. I compare this to the relative comfort of Torquum, realizing how much I've taken for granted while these people suffered in silence.
The Viscount apologizes for the state of his home and the service, explaining that almost all of his staff has long since fled. His family is gone too. His wife passed years ago, and his children gave up their titles just to be adopted by relatives who could feed them. Killian asks him why he stayed when everyone else abandoned ship, his voice soft with a rare kind of respect. The Viscount simply nods, the weight of 50 years of loyalty and quiet grief settling visibly on his shoulders. He couldn't bring himself to abandon the land, or the memory of what it was supposed to become. He remembers a time when the East was vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the gray reality of today. Half a century ago, these fields were golden with wheat, and every sunset felt like a promise of brilliance and potential. He was just a young man then, full of fire and ambition, promising to make this village the pride of the entire East. He looked up to the previous duke with a hero worship that defined his entire youth and his sense of duty. He remembers the encouraging touch of a hand on his head, a gesture from a man he believed could do anything. That man was Miles Talsdo, the great duke. Seeing his legacy in ruins today brings the whole tragic history of this land full circle.